never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Like it's about that time. Here we go. Get the show on the road as we roll into Wednesday Hump Day. Hey, Mike. What am I talking? Oh, Groundhog's Day. Yeah, Punxsutawney Phil. What about 8 hours from now somewhere? I think it's somewhere between like 7 and 8 a.m. Eastern. Pull him out of his burrow. 6 more weeks of winter or spring is just around the corner. The most anticipated prognostication in weather. I don't think Punxsutawney Phil can tell us a darn thing about what's going to be happening over the next 2 days, but I've got all the latest for you. Now, we've talked about it literally since late last week. Of course, the big focus over the weekend was the powerful nor'easter, hurricane-force winds up the eastern seaboard, heavy snow, buried in some areas. Yeah, no sooner had that storm moved out to sea, we started focusing then on the next big cross-country storm. And yes, my friends, this one is a whopper. Yeah, even since we spoke last evening, the map has filled in even greater with now widespread winter storm warnings, stretching from the heart of New Mexico, even into southern portions of Texas now. The Dallas-Fort Worth area, you're going to be in the mix. Oklahoma City, southern Kansas, northern Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, all the way up into New England over the next 2 days. All right, let's start with the eastern side of the storm. All right, as I can clearly see via the radar, the storm has begun to come together as the snow is already enveloping areas from, let's see here. Looks like you've got from, say, Peoria to Quincy, Illinois. It's snowing at this hour. Snow moving through Topeka, through Wichita, to Dodge City, Kansas. Right now it's east of Dodge City. There's a little break in the action there through western portions of Kansas. But snow from Pueblo to Denver to Cheyenne, Wyoming. Right now it's rain in northeastern Oklahoma, southern Illinois, or southern Missouri, rather, Springfield, Missouri, up to St. Louis. It's rain. Rain from Pine Bluff, Arkansas to Memphis, all the way down to Jackson, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and just east of New Orleans. So there you go, the storm coming together. Chicago, looking at a few flakes of snow. The temperatures have already dropped below the freezing mark. Although I don't believe Chicago's going to be looking at some of the really heavy accumulations. There are winter storm warnings all the way up into northeastern Illinois, though, and much of southern Michigan. Let's start with the rainy side of the storm. If I could hit the highway right about now, I could run on dry asphalt from Cincinnati all the way down into northwest Georgia. Now, I think by the time we get out of here at 5 a.m., which the plan is to kind of hit the highway when we wrap things up this morning, heading south, trying to beat, obviously, as much of the heavy rain as possible. But, of course, the icing scenario that's going to be setting up. Yes, they've got a much better handle on who's going to be seeing ice. In some areas, we'll be looking at significant ice, big-time power outages. It's all going to be coming together here. But again, beginning here, over the course of the next 2 days, the steady rain is going to spread eastward from eastern Texas to southern West Virginia. Dallas, Shreveport, New Orleans, Little Rock, Nashville, all in that zone where flooding will be a concern. The heaviest rain will stretch from the Louisiana coast to western Tennessee. Torrential downpours can occur, flooding drainage ditches and roadways. Cities like Houston, Nashville, Jackson, Mississippi, the main threat's going to be the flooding rain for you guys. Forecasters say that a corridor of freezing rain and ice will unfold, though, overnight from Mississippi, the Mississippi Valley to the Ohio Valley. When they say overnight, they're talking like Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Areas from, again, Dallas to Cleveland will start the day with some plain old rain. That switch over to the freezing rain will occur overnight Wednesday. That switch to freezing rain will occur when the temperatures drop below freezing at the surface. From Tyler, Texas to Little Rock, Arkansas, Cape Girardeau, Missouri, and all the way up into Columbus, Ohio. There will be plenty of cold air to work with as strong high pressure over the northern plains follows that cold air down across the center of the country. So between Wednesday and Thursday, the ice accretion ranging from anywhere from 1/10 of an inch, not a big deal, obviously bad for the roads, but no big deal as far as tree damage, power lines. You get to 1/4 of an inch. Likely from northeastern Texas all the way up into central New York. There will be that zone with higher amounts. 1/2 inch of ice accretion from southeastern Oklahoma all the way to northwestern Pennsylvania. Ice accretion from 1/2 of an inch to 1 inch. Catastrophic damage will be possible in a narrow band from central Arkansas to northern Kentucky. As I've been looking at the maps, that's that zone. That's going to be the area where we see really a lot of folks without power. Further north, the storm dropping rounds of snow from the Colorado Rockies and the plains all the way to the northeast. Areas north and west of Oklahoma City to St. Louis and Detroit should be in the all-snow zone as the storm transitions northeastward, really from Wednesday night through Thursday night. But yes, that risk for widespread power outages, tree damage, dangerous travel will remain as the flooding And the ice threat looms across the south. Impacts to airline travel as well along that corridor. Following the brunt of the storm, by Friday, residents across the south are going to notice your daytime temperatures dropping for sure, all the way down to the Gulf Coast, where you're going to range from the 60s and 70s today, Wednesday ahead of the storm. Probably only going to be reaching into the 40s for highs by the time we get later into Friday and the upcoming weekend. So let's try to zero in a little bit more on some of the big cities, what you're going to be anticipating as far as this ice scenario. Yeah, AccuWeather's chief meteorologist Jonathan Porter warns, of course, not only will this storm impact those 90 million people, but it's going to have a profound impact, obviously, on trucks and transportation of goods for several days, right through midweek here. It's going to be a big mess. A lot of freight is going to be setting and waiting for this storm to pass through, and the crews to get out and get roads passable once again. It's going to be an absolute mess with as much significant snow and ice right in the center of the country. Now, if you're going to be making a trip through that zone of ice in the middle of the nation, be prepared, obviously, for big-time delays. Travel will become treacherous along many of our interstates, stretching as far south as portions of I-20. Then you move up to 40, 70, 80, 90. The north to south interstates from I-35 to 55, 65, 71. And obviously 75. Rounds of snow will bury portions of the Midwest between now and Friday. The heaviest snow is expected from central Missouri to north central Illinois, northern Indiana, southeastern Michigan, far northwestern Ohio, and the northern tier of the Northeast. Columbia, Missouri, Peoria, Illinois, probably going to see a foot or more of snow with this system. Fort Wayne, Indiana, Detroit, and Toledo could receive a foot or more as well. Across neighboring areas in Canada, metro areas like Toronto, Montreal, Quebec City, in line for 12 to 18 inches of snow. Several cities have a shot at breaking various citywide records with this storm. The last time a storm unloaded upwards of a foot of snow in Detroit was back in 2015. A storm on February 1st and 2nd, almost identical timing, dropped 16.7 inches of snow. That may rank as the third heaviest snowstorm on record in Detroit. The top storm still stands April the 6th of 1886, where you picked up 2 feet, 24.5 inches there in Detroit. Now, the storm traversing the country this week has a chance at breaking into the top 5 heaviest storms to ever occur in Detroit. Detroit may not only flirt with a slot in the top 5, Fort Wayne, Indiana, you may also etch a spot in the top 5 snowstorm list for your city. The official location at the airport would need to pick up more than 13.6 inches to surpass the 5th heaviest snowstorm on record there. Last time Fort Wayne, we're talking about 2 hours northeast of Indianapolis, was buried by more than a foot of snow, was nearly 50 years ago. It's been a long time. December of 1973. Fort Wayne is currently forecast to receive 1 to 2 feet of snow. Now, Indianapolis probably not going to receive enough snow to break into the top 5, but you're still going to get a considerable snowfall. Predicting this city right now is going to pick up 4 to 8 inches of snow. You could see a glaze up to maybe a tenth, a little more than a tenth of an inch of ice. So it shouldn't be any sort of catastrophic thing there between now and Thursday. All right, with the ice accretions upwards of 1/4 of an inch, obviously the threat for downed power lines increases substantially. Then you've got that zone where a quarter to a half inch of ice will be possible. Thousands could be without power for a period of time through midweek. Parts of the Ozarks, the Ohio and Mississippi River valleys could see over an inch of ice accumulation. I mean, we're talking widespread outages, travel pretty much impossible for a period of time. Unfortunately, the significant ice storm could impact areas of western Kentucky, areas we're talking that were devastated by that EF4 tornado back on December the 10th. Still trying to pick up the pieces. Now, across parts of the area predicted to pick up dangerous icing, precip is likely to change over to snow, and that snow's going to cling to the trees, the power lines that are already weighed down by the ice. And if you get any breeze that develops in the wake of the storm, that could lead to further tree and power line damage. Another danger beside the precip looms for a large part of the plains in the Midwest. Dangerous cold that will threaten hypothermia and frostbite for those not dressed properly or don't have proper shelter. Because behind the storm, temperatures are going to plummet. With this Arctic cold front, winds will increase, ushering in wind chills dropping to 0 and below as far south as western Texas. This Arctic air mass is going to produce some of the coldest air of the season for places like North Dakota and northern Minnesota by Thursday morning. Now, Wednesday, today, a 24-hour temperature change, 20 to 30 degrees, will be in the realm of possibility from the upper Midwest to the Central Plains, before the temperatures then plummet across the Great Lakes, the south central U.S. by Thursday. Some areas may experience a 24-hour temperature swing as much as 50 degrees. Now, that's going to lead to rapid increase in heating demand for a lot of the central U.S. Scary thing is there's going to be a lot of people that lose their power, and if you don't have a generator or a backup source of heat, you're likely going to be having to find somewhere else to find a place to warm up. Now, the plunging temperatures are going to, any areas that are still slushy or you've got the soft ice or standing water is going to freeze solid, which means removing the wintry precip is going to be very difficult. Looks like some milder air will linger over areas further south across the Gulf Coast states where the rain and thunderstorms will soak that region, raising the risk of flash flooding. So it all begins to come together. All right, we will see impacts in the Northeast as well. We'll get to some of the latest on that coming up here. Obviously, we're going to be seeing road restrictions, impacts already beginning to tick in. Let me start with what we have available right now. Transportation officials in Indiana and Ohio have already announced some travel bans, starting at 12 a.m. Eastern Time today. So that was at the midnight hour. Through Thursday at 6 p.m., the Indiana toll road has the following vehicles not permitted on the toll road: all triple tractor trailers, all doubles, high-profile steel haulers, high-profile oversized permit loads. All other vehicle types are permitted to travel on the Indiana toll road. The Ohio Turnpike issuing a travel ban for all high-profile vehicles from Toll Plaza 2 to Toll Plaza 239. That is effective today, 7 a.m. this morning, starting at 7 a.m. through Friday at the noon hour. The implemented travel ban will be continually evaluated through the duration of the storm. When a travel ban is placed into effect, then the following types of vehicles shall be banned from traveling the Ohio Turnpike until the travel ban is canceled. That would include all triple trailer combination commercial vehicles, box type double trailer combination vehicles in excess of 90 feet in length, mobile homes or office trailers, boat or horse trailers towed by passenger vehicles or pickup trucks, high-profile campers, and enclosed trailers, which are defined as trailers designed for a person of average height to stand in. So let me see. Not included in the travel ban, Ohio Turnpike, self-propelled motorhomes, low-profile trailers, fold-down camper trailers, pickup trucks with slide-on camper units, vehicles towing fifth-wheel type trailers, or any other type of trailers towed by passenger vehicles, pickup trucks. Also excluded from the ban are commercial trucks towing single flatbed or box-type trailers. Flatbed, double trailer combination in excess of 90 feet, and any double trailer combination commercial vehicle less than 90 feet. So there's a lot in that, but I know it can get kind of confusing, but just be aware. Some of those bans, Indiana Toll Road, it's in place. Ohio Turnpike, kicking in at 7 o'clock a.m. later this morning. All right. Hello, Zorro. Good to have you on board. He says, safe travels, Mr. Steve. Thank you very much. I hope for safe travels. Copy in the mail, Chevy Guy. Colton back on board. The young Colton is with us this morning. He's stuck at home with the COVID. All right, Sylvester on board, checking in from Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia. A cool 70 degrees. Hey, quite the difference from your 90 degrees yesterday. Wow, big cool-off. Let's go, Brandon. Justin, hello, Steve, from Fremont, Nebraska. Bama checking in from Bluntsville, Alabama. Headed over to Mississippi. Hey, Mike, what day is it? Hump Day. Yes, indeed, everybody have a good day. All right, let's see. Morning, Mr. Sommers from Randolph in Percott, Arizona tonight. Cap and Ron checking in, passing through Gainesville, Florida tonight, where it's 54 degrees at this hour. Checking in from, there's Miguel in Orlando. Hello, Miguel. Yeah, almost 70 degrees in Miami at this hour. 55 in Orlando, 70 in Miami. All right, let's see, FSC Trucking. Oh, boy, another wet night for now, anyway. Oh, there's Q-Ball. Hello, Q-Ball. Morning to Tank. Happy Hump Day, 37 in New Mexico, eastbound and down. Trying to stay ahead of this storm coming in. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Howdy, Steve, and everybody. Gerald says, at the home base in, Cape with rain. Waiting on that bad weather, heading this direction. Everybody be safe. Heavy D's on board. Stay safe. Keep on trucking out there. Hello to Joe. Morning to all. Looks like the mid-Atlantic weather might not be too bad. Anyway, hope you and your family have a safe trip back to Georgia there. There's Richard in Central Florida with 46 degrees. It's kind of crazy. It's as warm here outside the secret bunker in southwest Ohio as it is in Central Florida tonight. I'm looking at currently 50 degrees outside the secret bunker, which is also currently the temperature at the International Airport in Cincinnati. 50 degrees, mostly clear, a little breezy out there. So we're kind of like in the proverbial calm before the storm. All right, it's 844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life.
Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed. I was looking at some of the other comments, and we'll get to the rest of the story. Prayers for the families of the officers killed in Virginia this past day. Yes, a police officer and a campus police officer killed at a college there. It's just the insanity that's going on out there. As a matter of fact, I had the story that there were 30 police officers shot in the line of duty in this country in the month of January. Now, here we are, first day of February, 2 officers killed in the line of duty already as we roll into February. Again, more on that just ahead. Buster Brown, morning tea from K-Town. Cold night here. A little rain starting after 1,300 hours, they tell us. There's Frank, morning Steve from Dixon, Illinois, headed toward Des Moines. We've got 27 degrees right now. Dry roads, but let's go, Brandon. Gilligan on board. Hello to the fellow listeners. Clear, cold, 27 in Ironton, Virginia at this hour. There's Kentucky Ken in Tallahassee. Got 4 more hours on my break. Then it's off to Orlando. Then on to Medley and Doral. Now, yeah, old Kentucky Ken is a bit concerned about this nasty ice and snow coming our way back to the north. When it comes to ice, ice is no dice for me. I'll find a spot and wait out this nasty storm. Safe travels to everyone. Hooday. And I see Q-Ball has a post here, and it looks like he did jump on board. You got something going on I-55. What's happening?
Yeah, Steve, I'm a little north of West Memphis, I'm about the 14-mile mark. I don't know how far back the backup goes, but not far in front of me, there's a jackknife truck southbound is saying that he's leaned over, but he's broadside across the entire northbound side. So I'm not seeing a lot of traffic on the service road, but I do believe you can get around on the service road, but I didn't know that before I got hung up in it. So I've been camped out here since just after you opened up the mic. And it's only raining here, man.
Just rain? Okay.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm at the 14, so if you're coming 55 north, find a way around, because we're not moving at all. We're just waiting for them to drag it off the road, I guess.
Great way to start your Groundhog Day.
There you go. Could be worse, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, you guys have had your fair share of really cold stuff there up in your neck of the woods. I guess you got another shot coming your way for late this week.
Yeah, well, I'm heading north now, so I'm getting ready to go home and turn in the truck for the pickup and then head to Georgia. So that'll be an interesting little trip, but either way.
So you're going to try to cross through this whole nasty mess north and then head back south through it again?
Maybe. I'm not in any hurry. I just got to go to Georgia to pick up a trailer I bought. So
okay, yeah.
I have time.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll see what it is.
If you can get
I figure by the time I get back, it might be past.
Yeah, well, yeah. And good luck on that, cue ball.
I'll let you know how it turns out.
All right. Be safe out there. Thanks for the heads up. You got it. All right. So again, 55 North in Arkansas. Heads up there. Jimmy Jammer checking in. Santa Claus morning from, Kalinga, California. Harris Ranch. Got 45 degrees here. Hello to Eskimo Mom. Howdy from Tip, doing a local before heading to Lexington. Now, I finally lost most of the snow at the home 20. The ground's still frozen, but I'm not looking forward to this storm. Right now, partly cloudy, 48 degrees. Yeah, yes, Eskimo Mom, calm before this storm. You may not be out there moving freight 24 hours from now, the way things are sounding. Let's see. Hello to Deborah. Morning, Steve. I'm hoping Big Moose is performing at the Mid-America Truck Show. And I don't know about that. Yeah, I might be able to get him to do a little something. Be careful out there today, drivers, especially my driver. Indiana temperatures, nice right now. It is, yes, the calm before the storm. Hello to Bidu. Check it in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Let me see. There's cue balls. Yes, sorry, I forgot it. The 14-mile marker. Yep. So we got that there. Morning from Ocala, Florida. There's Dale checking in. Clear 56. We're getting back to Florida weather now. Looking to be in the 70s, mid-70s later today. I'm thinking of everybody in the Midwest, to the South, and the Northeast that are going to be hammered with this snow and ice. You guys be careful out there. If it's too treacherous, park it. There is no load worth getting in an accident over, yet alone losing your life, right? None. All right. Canadian truckers standoff in Alberta, Canada. What's going on? Breaking news. Said the RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Canadian Mounties have been called in. Looks like there's the Trucker Blockade in southern Alberta at the U.S. border apparently turned violent after protesters breached police barricades to join the demonstration, and Mounties backed off out of concern for safety. Right, I hadn't really seen, I know we do have an update where, let's see, is that in Alberta or where is that? Yeah, okay, so I've got that scoop out of Alberta. I didn't realize that violence had set in, but they have a blockade. Yeah, part of the Freedom Convoy is blocking the Montana crossing, which is I guess a big route for beef and farm equipment as they protest Trudeau's vaccine mandates. More on that coming up here. First, let's get our news break. Boy, we got a lot to cover this morning, don't we? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden is seeking Supreme Court nominee advice amid criticism to nominate the first black woman to the country's highest court. Senator Ted Cruz and Senator Roger Wicker spoke to ABC News.
The fact that he's willing to make a promise at the outset that it must be a black woman, I got to say that's offensive. It's actually an insult to black women.
The irony is that the Supreme Court is at the very same time hearing cases about this sort of affirmative racial discrimination.
A recent ABC News poll shows 76% of Americans want Biden to consider all candidates. Pfizer is asking U.S. regulators to authorize extra low doses of its COVID-19 vaccine for children under 5. The move could open the way for the very youngest Americans to start receiving shots in March. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you taking Viagra and tired of paying $50 per tablet? Marley Drug has generic Viagra for just $10 per tablet. $10 for generic Viagra is a savings of $40 per dose. Call now and get free shipping on 10 tablets or more of generic Viagra. Marley Drug is a North Carolina pharmacy licensed in all 50 states. For information, go to marleygenerics.com or call us at 800-515-3062. That's 800-515-3062.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, like I said, so much to cover here. I'm going to let me throw this your way, of course. You know, we talked to Pappy there in the final hour of the program last evening there. think he had just got back to his home 20 after starting his day at his normal time Monday. Working a 12-hour shift. I think he does 4 in the afternoon to 4 a.m. So we talked to him a little after 4 a.m. there on Tuesday morning, of course. I think he had just maybe tried to lay down, and about 7 a.m. got a knock on his door. Other fellow officers trying to wake him up with not the best of news. Pappy, you need to get down to UC Medical Center. Your daughter has been involved in an accident. And he said at one point he thought she had passed away because they couldn't tell him much and it wasn't sounding real good. He did give me a ring here a couple of hours ago. I'm sure he's trying to probably rest because he said he was pushing close to 40 hours he's been up. But I got a message, seems like it was rather early in the show last evening, email. Someone said, avoid US 50 at Kilby Avenue, suburb of Cincinnati. And that's the accident, apparently, that his daughter was involved in. And he said she's pretty messed up. One of the big leg bones snapped. And they're talking about having to put rods or pins and screws and all that stuff. Busted skull, cracked skull, brain bleed. Now that's the really concerning part there. They're worried about brain swelling and a brain bleed, which could potentially cause a stroke and whatnot. So I guess they're doing everything trying to relieve the pressure there. So he told me I could mention it. She is 16 years old, and her name is Mercedes. 16, and again, so technically, right now, he said the prognostication is they believe she can pull through this, but she's not totally out of the woods yet. Obviously, the concern is a brain bleed, and something about there was some sort of I can't recall all the details. There was another blood vessel supposedly leaking and whatnot, and it was a crucial one that sends blood to the brain or something along those lines. So I told him I'd send a shout out to the likes of Rambler and the prayer warriors out there because I know that they'll put them on the list. Many of us believe in the power of prayer. Obviously very young. She just got her license here less than a year ago. I remember when he called a few months ago, maybe a few weeks ago. Where she had her first blowout on the interstate. The tire blew out. And he was proud of her because she was able to safely navigate to get on the side of the road. And he tried to explain it was a crazy scenario how things unfolded. Apparently, she keeps her driver's license and her insurance card behind her cell phone in the cell phone case. So, of course, when the first responders were on the scene, they couldn't find her identification. No one knew who it was. And apparently after running the tag on the vehicle at some point, the tag came back in Pappy's name. And then you have officers on the scene. They're like, hell, this is Sergeant Pappy's daughter. So, and he said when he got to the hospital, he said, Steve, you wouldn't believe it with this, these COVID-19 protocols and whatnot. They thought she was an adult, apparently. And if you're an adult in ICU, you're not allowed to have anyone back to even visit. Now, Pappy said I had to try to explain it. For the love of God, he said, first of all, we're assuming it's my daughter in there. Well, we don't know for certain. Because at that point, they hadn't found the identification or anything. All they had was, the tag came back in Pappy's name. He said, at least you got to let me go back there and identify, make sure it's my daughter, because if it's not, I need to know what hospital to go to, But as it turns out, she is a minor. Ultimately, I guess when things got settled out, he was able to go back. If you are a minor, you are allowed to have someone come back into the ICU. So he had been down there all day. So like I said, he was pushing 40 hours that he's been up trying to get some rest. And obviously he'll be going back down there later this morning to the hospital to spend time with his daughter. And said just, prayers and hope everything goes well for Pappy's daughter there. Rambler, that's a good point to bring you in. You want to say you'd like to say a prayer? I wouldn't hesitate to allow you to do that for Pappy's daughter.
No. I was already going to pray as it is. Man, I tell you, I've got tears in my eyes. I just had to grab a paper towel and wipe the tears. You know, every time I hear Pappy call, I always pick on him. You know, and it's just me joking because he sounds like he's messed with the devil's lettuce. But I actually respect Pappy. I know he's a law enforcement officer. And you know, I have a child. My oldest son is 17. And so, yeah, that hits home. And I have another friend of mine. His name is Officer Glenn Wickel, Chickasaw Police Department. Lost his daughter, 20 years old, in an accident 2 years ago. So this hits very close to home. Yeah, just real fast, I want to just say a quick prayer. Our gracious Lord, Heavenly Father, we come to you in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and the only begotten Son. And Father, you see the situation this young lady is in. Her name is Mercedes. Father, you see her daddy puts his life on the line for the community each and every night. And Father, that's a hard pill for this man to swallow, knowing that his baby was involved in a car accident. But Lord, I know who you are. And I know you love everybody. Father, I ask in the name of Jesus that you touch, you heal the femur that's been broken, you heal the skull and the blood vessels, Lord. And Father, you use who you need to use to heal this young lady and get her back on the road to recovery and living a normal and healthy and happy life. In Jesus' mighty name, amen and amen.
Thank you.
God bless. God bless. I know, and I'm going to keep on praying for this young lady. And Happy, just brother, God, as a dad myself, as a dad, man, just I know it's hard. I know you probably want to get mad. I mean, there's a range of emotions that you're going through, and I love you. I'm praying for you, Steve. I'll call in a little bit later. I know you got others that want to get in, but I'm going to leave off with that. And yeah, let's just pray for Mercedes. And I love you. I love y'all. I'll call in a little bit later.
All right, that's great. And by the way, that she wasn't the only one injured. There were other people injured in other vehicles. I think he was telling me there's a 1-year-old. They were talking about trying to call in the helicopter to evacuate some of these people. And for whatever reason, the helicopter couldn't get. I think they had some issues with some concerns about freezing fog last night and whatnot. So, yeah, prayers for everyone involved there. So don't know the circumstances of the other individuals, but all right, let's move to item number 2. Again, we saw several folks saying prayers for the families of the officers killed this past day. A gunman fatally shooting a police officer and a campus safety officer at Bridgewater College in Virginia this past afternoon, after they responded to reports of a suspicious person near a campus building. The assailant, identified as a 27-year-old Alexander Campbell, shot the officers about 1:20 after college employees called the police. After he startled them, apparently, a police spokeswoman said in the briefing the officers died on campus. The shooter ran off and waded through a river where he ended up on a small island. He was captured a little before 2 o'clock in the afternoon after a massive search operation involving local, state, and federal law enforcement, according to the college. Yeah, he sustained a non-life-threatening gunshot wound, although it's not clear if it was self-inflicted or if he'd been shot by a college police officer. He has now been transferred to Rockingham County Jail. Held without bail, 2 counts of capital murder and related charges. So they wouldn't say if Campbell, whose last known address was out of Ashland, Virginia, was he a student? But they noted that authorities had recovered firearms associated with him. An email sent out to students and faculty a little after 5 o'clock from the president of the college identified the victims as John Painter, a police officer, and J.J. Jefferson, a campus safety officer. which were often referred to as the dynamic duo. John was JJ's best man in his wedding this year, as a matter of fact. Wow. The campus president said, "A sad, dark day for Bridgewater College. I know we all have so many questions and not many answers. One thing I do know, though, is we will rally around one another and support each other as we move forward." So this is a college, about 40 miles northwest of Charlottesville. At one point, of course, they had asked those on campus to shelter in place until the all clear was given about 4:30 in the afternoon. So just what a way to start another day. Kind of sad news there. It's about 12 before the hour. We will get to your calls once again. Just ahead, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, "Mom, we'll figure it out."
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I was looking at some of the comments via YouTube, Facebook, some of the listeners, and Sylvester, I know, but he was looking for the article out of Canada. And I saw that Soma had forwarded that to my email, so I just quickly copied the link. Apparently, I don't know if most of the listeners can't copy links on some of the stream chat and whatnot, but yeah, I just linked that up for you there, and I'm pulling up the story myself. And this is, again, going up north of the border. The Trucker Blockade in southern Alberta at the U.S. border turned violent Tuesday after some protesters breached police barriers to join the demonstration. Mounties backed off out of concern for safety. The Premier, Jason Kenney, called for demonstrators to voice their condemnation of the COVID safety measures peacefully and stop blocking a crucial commercial route. This is totally unacceptable, he says. Without hesitation, I condemn these actions and call for calm. Now, he said he heard reports that Royal Canadian Mounted Police officers had been assaulted during the day. Mounties could not confirm that, though. Events moved swiftly after RCMP announced in the afternoon that negotiations to have the convoy leave had failed, and it was time to enforce the law at the Coutts, Alberta crossing. All right, it says a team of officers approached truck cabs. A handful of drivers began slowly peeling off and heading away. At the same time, north of Couts, other protesters breached a roadblock on Highway 4 and joined the blockade. They did that by driving at quite high speeds through the ditches and the fields, I guess, to get around. Some tractors crossed into the northbound lanes going south in a dangerous manner. High-speed farm equipment also weaved past RCMP vehicles into ditches, their Canadian flags ripping in the wind. A head-on crash happened at that time, which resulted in an assault. RCMP doesn't know if the people involved were part of the convoy, but the whole altercation is under investigation. There are no significant injuries. But he said, our intention is to restore the movement of goods and vehicles on the road, but not at the risk of public safety, which is why we had to reposition and kind of reconsider for the time being today. No arrests, but the police said they were prepared to do so and tow vehicles away if necessary. All right. The blockade had snarled and stalled traffic at the border crossing, they say, since Saturday, leaving travelers and truckers on both sides stranded and even some locals unable to access goods and services, including medical care. While peaceful assembly is allowed, these demonstrations were contravening federal and provincial law that forbids anyone from impeding access to critical infrastructure. All right, so, the headline that I have seen is, in solidarity with their Ottawa counterparts, truckers in the Alberta-Montana border stage what is a complete blockage of Highway 4, and this is obviously in Canada's western province. The road is a major artery for commercial goods between the U.S. and Canada, but again, it's been shut down for days, causing major disruptions to the little village of Couts. Locals unable to reach a local school, the supermarket, or a grocery store. Prime Minister Trudeau has declared he will not meet with the truck drivers overrunning Ottawa and Alberta. Said in a press conference, I will not be meeting protesting truckers because of their hateful rhetoric, he said. So tensions apparently high in the Canadian capital as well of Ottawa, as protesting truckers brought the city to a standstill on Monday. Some residents in Ottawa obviously not real happy with the disruption, angered by protesters there. Of course, Trudeau last week was calling this convoy headed to Ottawa just a small fringe minority of people. Of course, that was before the convoy was hundreds of vehicles that at one point grew to 45 miles long. I don't know if you still feels, are you just a bunch of fringe radicals? So there's your latest. Now back to the calls we go. I'm not seeing a name here. Who we got on the line?
Hello.
Colton. Hey there, Colton. How the heck are you?
I'm doing good.
So how's the whole COVID thing going? Are you sick or just you got a runny nose kind of thing? How's it going? Colton? Did we lose?
Fine.
Oh, you're doing fine?
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
Okay. So you're going to be out of school for what, 8 or 10 days? What are they making you quarantine?
They said if I got 70-hour test, they could see.
If you got a negative test within 72 hours?
They said I came out positive, but I don't know because I feel fine.
Well, it's good to hear from you, Colton. I think your phone's having a difficulty. You're kind of breaking up. I don't know, maybe in not the best of cell zone, but hey, we're all thinking about you, Colton. It's good to hear from you. So I think he was something along the lines if you could get a negative test and come back and go back to school within 72 hours or something. I was having a hard time understanding him, obviously. Hey, let's see what's going on with the Jolly Green Giant. Hey there, Jolly Green.
Hey, I want to talk about something that happened to me Monday night. I got a guy I work with, and I got a friend request on Facebook. So I went ahead and friended him, and then that's when the fun started. So he told me that he asked me if I had ever heard of Publishing Clearinghouse, and I said, yeah. He said, well, I won $135 million. I said, good for you. He said, by the way, you're on the list of winners. You need to get in touch with them. I said, okay, and how do I do that? He said, well, I'm going to send you a link, and then you enter in and get in touch with them through the link. So I did that. And next thing I know, guy said, well, let me check. And he checked and he said, yeah, you're a winner. I said, okay. And I said, well, he said he needed a bunch of information.
Yeah.
So I gave him some information. And then he said, well, I said, well, how much did I win? He said, $5 million. I said, really? So he said, do you want it in a check or in cash? And I said, well, why would that matter? And then he called me, he texted me back and said, well, you know, you're going to have to pay some tax and fees before we give you your check.
Okay.
You're going to have to send it $1,500. So I said, I texted him back and I said, $1,500, question mark? And he said, yeah. He said, we're going to have that up front before. I said, well, and I said, let's get something straight. I'm no fool, and this is a scam. So I went back to the original guy that gave me the information because I work with the guy, and I asked him, I said, are you really blankety blank? And the guy said, yes, I am. I said, well, then call me on my telephone. And the guy had to call and said, well, I got no signal right now. I have Verizon. I said, bull blank. And I said, Verizon doesn't have tower problems. So I said, I know darn well you're not who you say you are.
Yeah.
So the next thing you know, I found out I was originally talking to the guy that actually worked for our company. I called our main office and I said, told the secretary, do me a favor, get in touch with this individual and give him my phone number, tell him to call me. It's very important. So I called him and told him what was going on. And I said, I think your Facebook page has been hacked. So, and he said that he had realized that earlier that morning. Well, and here's the thing. The whole thing escalated. Told that other guy I was going to call the FBI, which I did. Then I called Publishing Clearinghouse. And Publishing Clearinghouse warned that there have been some scams using their name.
Yep.
And they have been frauding people and taking money, stealing money from people. Now, of course, I am smart enough not to send them the money, but I'm going to warn everybody on your show tonight that be careful, especially with Facebook, because Facebook evidently is having some problems with this stuff going on. Captain Ron told me that my Facebook page was hacked, so I had to change my password here in the last 30 days.
Okay.
So I don't know what's going on, Steve, but I got to be honest with you. There's something going on, and it just, I didn't find the situation funny at all. And the guy I work with didn't find it funny, but I told him I know it wasn't his fault. I know he had nothing to do with it. Just somebody somehow got in there and hacked the information.
Yep.
Now, tonight, Steve, I got a notice from my bank that there was a problem with my bank account, and it had the bank logo asking for my screen name and password, and I immediately deleted it. They would not enter the information.
Right.
So I'm going to call the bank tomorrow and find out if they actually sent that to me, and I don't think they did.
No.
I don't think they sent it to me at all.
Hey, the bank will never, ever ask anyone for their password, not even when you're trying to set up a password. They put you on a screen. I mean, the person you're on the line with doesn't know your password that I'm aware of. Hey, there's a scam like that born every minute. Anytime, if you're ever asked to pay anything up front for a payoff in return, it's a scam. You don't pay your taxes to Publishers Clearinghouse. You pay your taxes to the government, to the Internal Revenue Service, after you get your money and you get your 1099 form, right? All right, thank you. Jolly Green, a little behind here. Get a quick news update. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden is seeking Supreme Court nominee advice amid criticism to nominate the first black woman to the country's highest court. Senator Ted Cruz and Senator Roger Wicker spoke to ABC News.
The fact that he's willing to make a promise at the outset that it must be a black woman, I got to say that's offensive. It's actually an insult to black women.
The irony is that the Supreme Court is at the very same time hearing cases about this sort of affirmative racial discrimination.
A recent ABC News poll shows 76% of Americans want Biden to consider all candidates. Pfizer is asking U.S. regulators to authorize extra low doses of its COVID-19 vaccine for children under 5. The move could open the way for the very youngest Americans to start receiving shots in March. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association Annual Convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
Super Bowl tickets are on sale, and if you plan on seeing the game in person, it will cost you a pretty penny.
It'll cost more than $6,000 for a seat in the nosebleed section to watch the Los Angeles Rams and Cincinnati Bengals in Super Bowl 56. Secondary markets like StubHub and Ticketmaster are selling seats in the top level of SoFi Stadium for at least $5,500 plus almost another $1,000 in fees. The really good seats are going for around $78,000. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A majority of people say there's a growing cancel culture that threatens freedom, according to the latest Foundation for Individual Rights in Education poll. While 73% of respondents acknowledged having heard of the phrase cancel culture, there were 59% who were convinced it's growing and a threat to liberties in America. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
A federal judge has rejected a hate crimes plea deal for Greg and Travis McMichael.
A federal judge rejected a plea agreement Monday that would have averted hate crimes trial for father and son Travis and Greg McMichael, convicted of murder for fatally shooting Ahmaud Arbery, whose parents angrily objected to the deal. The deal would have allowed the convicts to go to federal prison. The family of Arbery want them in state prison.
I told them that I wanted them to go to state prison and do their time that Judge Wansper gave them on the 7th of January.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A major winter storm is expected to affect a huge portion of the U.S. Heavy snow is forecast to start in the Rockies, while freezing rain will pelt Texas. The storm will then move on to dump snow and ice on the Midwest. More than a foot of snow is forecast in places. Airlines grounded more than 1,000 flights scheduled for Wednesday. A suspected gunman is now in custody after 2 campus officers were fatally shot at a private liberal arts college in Virginia on Tuesday. In an email to students, faculty, and staff, Bridgewater College President David Bushman identified the victims as police officer John Painter and safety officer J.J. Jefferson. The gunman allegedly shot the officers around 1:20 Tuesday afternoon and ran away. And fired Miami Dolphins coach Brian Flores has sued the NFL and 3 of its teams, alleging racist hiring practices by the league. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one night, Black Carolina monkey gouging. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
All right. Thank you, Big Moose. Here we are. Yes, indeed. Another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive as we make our way into midweek here, a hump day as we call it. Mike. Let's get an update for our friends in the Northeast. Obviously, just days after the blizzard buried the coastal areas, feet of snow, hurricane-force winds. Yeah, our next slower moving storm is expected to unleash again significant snow, ice, and rain over the central U.S. and then overspread the region, including some of the inland areas that were missed by the weekend storm. But first, the Arctic air is retreating here in the first half of the week. temperatures have been moderating with each passing day. And you'll actually see some fairly warm temperatures here midweek. Highs in New York City and Boston have been trending upward through the 30s on Tuesday, 40s for Wednesday and Thursday. 50-degree readings likely in parts of the mid-Atlantic by Thursday. So actually a bit above normal. But by midweek, a fresh surge of Arctic air sets up that major weather battle zone, bringing that band of snow, ice, and rain along a 2,200-mile swath from the southern plains to the Midwest and the Atlantic. And it's all kind of getting underway tonight in the central states, Tuesday night through Wednesday and Thursday. Areas in the Northeast, you'll be affected by this storm with snow, ice, and rain beginning later today, then lasting into Friday. Now, that instead of wintry precipitation lasting 12 or 24 hours like the recent storm in the east, snow and or ice could continue for 2 days. It's the lengthy duration of the storm that will add to the list of dangers. Now, the precipitation type for each location is going to depend not only on surface temperatures, but also how deep or shallow this layer of cold air becomes in the atmosphere. If you get a very shallow layer of cold air at the surface or just above the ground, that's where you get the freezing rain and or sleet. The deeper layer of cold would allow for mostly snow to fall. Now, where the air is above freezing at the surface and through most layers of the atmosphere, that's when you get plain old rain. Now, with the expected rather stagnant setup, the form of precipit's not going to change a whole lot in any given location for at least the first part of the storm with this setup. This extended period of wintry precip would lead to potentially a heavy snowfall accumulation and maybe damaging ice accretions across a relatively narrow but long swath of the country. Should the zone of snow hold its ground, there could be 6 to 12 inches of snow along the shores of Lake Erie in Ontario, as well as much of the St. Lawrence Valley, bordering the northwestern U.S. and southeastern Canada. In that zone, there could be 12 to 18 inches of snow, with some storm max totals approaching 30 inches. Now, parts of central Missouri, central Illinois, northwest Indiana, southeast Michigan, you're going to be kind of in the bullseye zone for the snowfall, according to forecasters. Overlapping and perhaps 100 miles or so to the south and east of the snow band, that's where you'll find that zone of ice. In the northeast, the icy zone is projected to extend from parts of eastern Ohio through western, northern, and central Pennsylvania and the southern tier of New York State and parts of the Hudson Valley through central New England. Where a change to snow occurs quickly, or if more sleet falls instead of freezing rain, problems may be limited to the icy roads. In those areas where you see more of the freezing rain, you could say 1/4 to 1/2 inch or more of ice. Adhering to trees and power lines, again, could lead to major power outages, plus the dangerous travel. Now, further to the south and east, the mild air is going to move in and pretty much hold on, resulting in mostly rain from the mid-Atlantic to southeastern New England. Could see a few pockets of ice or freezing fog preceding the rainstorm in parts of the central Appalachians and the mid-Atlantic. You've got cold ground conditions right now. Normally the expected 3/4 of an inch to maybe 1.5 inches of rain wouldn't cause a lot of problems in the region, but the combination of above freezing temperatures during the day and the night, as well as the melting snow, could lead to some flooding problems. Most of these issues should be limited to the urban areas where you get the big piles of snow that could clog some of the storm drains. Yeah, road crews and property owners need to free up those areas to try to avoid street flooding. Another potential flooding problem has to do with the long-lasting cold as of late that's caused some of the streams and rivers to freeze over or become clogged with ice. The duration of the thaw combined with the rain could be enough to lead to some ice jam flooding in portions of the central Appalachians, mid-Atlantic, and southeastern New England. All right, so there's a potential wild card in this wintry setup, they tell us. Current forecasts reflect the most likely outcome of the storm in the primary form of precip of the northeast. However, there's a chance the second part of the storm could bring yet significant ice and snow to the mid-Atlantic and southern New England, should that cold air manage to advance a little sooner than is anticipated right now. They do say, historically speaking, it's very rare for rain to change the ice east of the Appalachians in the mid-Atlantic and southern New England. So relatively rare, but I guess, again, it's a wild card. It's a possibility. Meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. Eagle got you coming up here. I believe Colton was able to dial us back up. See if you got a better cell now. Take two, Colton.
Hello?
Well, that's not Colton. I apologize. Hillbilly Tex.
Hey, Steve. Good morning to you. Hey, I'd just like to let old Pappy know. I know he won't be listening tonight, but him and his family's in my prayers, and he will be at the prayer list at the church come daylight. Yeah, and that's a terrible situation to be in. And looking, you headed to the hillbillies there this weekend. You'll get up here around Leonore City, Tennessee. Well, exit 81 off the big 75. You get in a bind, holler. You just want to holler. It don't make never mind to me. And I tried to call in last night, but never could get in there. But Big Ed, congratulations, man. And I hope the best to you. Sure enough do. And I'm gonna be sure Big Moose puts the guitar into the cousin Eddie there when he goes up there at that truck show. So maybe he'll play a lick or two for somebody. I don't know.
There you go. Yeah.
Well, I can't make him do nothing. He squished me like a bug under a fly swatter. Come on. But anyway, Pappy, prayers to you and yours, and Steve. Exit 81, I-75, you know where I stay. More than welcome.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, we got your number there, Hillbilly Tex. Thank you.
Yeah, and Big Ed, power to you, buddy. And y'all keep the shiny side up and the rubber stopped if it gets too bad out there. We don't got no freight anyway, so there ain't no need in worrying about it now.
No need to push the envelope.
Y'all have a good night.
That's right. Thank you very much, Hillbilly Tex. All right. Buckeye Boy checking in from Draper, Utah, where it's 21 degrees. On my way back to the hotel from the venue, I unloaded, and my truck transmission started acting up. Got an error code that popped up. Barely made it back to the hotel this afternoon, so I'm going to have to get a tow to the Kenworth repair shop. Just great. I'm supposed to reload Thursday late afternoon. I'm hoping they can get me back in to look at it. And maybe it's only a software or maybe an airline problem. Anyone know of a reasonable towing company in the Salt Lake City area? Okay, and prayers for Pappy's daughter. Have a great night, and everybody, be careful out there. You got to watch out for those towing companies. Hey, we had that story earlier this week about a $70,000 tow bill. Yeah, the following day, as a matter of fact. That was from CDL Life. There was a story about trucking and insurance stakeholders working together to address just that, the towing practices there in the state of Maryland, apparently, where they say effectively there's insurance fraud going on there. With the whole towing thing. We'll give you a bit more on that coming up. First, let's get our quick timeout back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
That's kind of funny. Somebody sent me a link to there in Canada, where in Ottawa, where the protests have been ongoing. Well, apparently the mayor of Ottawa had called some tow companies to ask them to start towing some of these trucks out of the city. And apparently the tow company, we've got COVID. Sorry about your luck there, Mayor. We've got COVID. Screw it. All right, back to Maryland, though. 5 organizations, the Coalition Against Insurance Fraud, the American Trucking Association, the Maryland Motor Truck Association, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, and American Property Casualty Insurance have formed a coalition to face this growing problem. They say it's not only fraudulent, but continues to disrupt the supply chain. In a letter to Maryland lawmakers, the coalition highlights the issue of what they call non-consensual tows and how the lack of consumer protection from towing companies continues to make a bad situation even worse. One of the problems in Maryland is there apparently are no rules that prevent towing companies from charging whatever they want. According to OOIDA's Director of State Legislative Affairs, there's also no viable complaint process for truck drivers that get caught up in this mess. They also point to the serious problem of insurance fraud all over the country. All right. So So there's your breakdown. Looking at insurance issues, I didn't realize Maryland was yet another state where they have apparently essentially no regulations on the trucks. The towing operations, that is, as far as what they can charge. Hillbilly Tex mentioned Big Ed there on his retirement. See if I can flip back over quickly here. Yeah, here we go. Had an update from Ed this past day. He said, well, it's all over but the crying. I added to my groceries I had in the truck, which was quite a few. If anyone runs short, holler. I have all kind of canned goods. Matter of fact, after this week, I'm going to probably look for a local food bank and donate some. There's no way I can eat all this before it expires. I kept my truck pretty stocked up in the event that I found myself in a situation like what you had over in Virginia a few weeks ago. And if I had to feed people on the side of a shut-down interstate anyway, my food, water, sandwich making is good to go. The cold winds are a-howling now. Good luck, everybody. If my electric stays on, I plan to enjoy the next few days. Just know it, I don't have to be out there in this wintry mess. You picked a good time to get off the road there, Ed, just in time for your big storm. All right, let me see here. Eagle CNS, we're just like 1 minute before the news break. If you don't mind, I'm going to hold you through the news break and get to you right out of that. How's that sound? Sound like a plan? See what Eagle's got on his mind this morning? Meanwhile, speaking of Big Ed, if he ever gives us a ring, I wonder if you felt that earthquake there in Oklahoma Monday of this week. This was centered in northwestern Oklahoma, in a city of Medford. Said preliminary magnitude of a 4.5, a little after 11 o'clock in the morning. Not far from the Kansas state line, they say. No immediate reports of damage or injuries, but people across Oklahoma, as well as even in parts of Kansas and Arkansas, reported feeling the quake. Now, the threshold for damage normally starts at, say, 4.0. The strongest quake on record in Oklahoma was a 5.8 back in September of 2016. But a lot of the discussion there, many of the thousands of earthquakes in Oklahoma in recent years they believe is linked to the underground injection of wastewater from the oil and natural gas extraction. State regulators have directed several producers to close or reduce volumes in some wells after recent quakes. After the quake on Monday, the Oklahoma Corporation Commission ordered 3 wastewater disposal wells that were within like a 6-mile radius of that quake's epicenter to shut down. Other disposal wells within 10 miles of the epicenter were also ordered to restrict wastewater disposals to an average volume of maybe 500 barrels a day, but they continue to believe that's the culprit behind those quakes in Oklahoma. Plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Former President Donald Trump is not backing down after suggesting at a weekend rally that he would pardon overcharged and mistreated January 6th arrestees.
Every Democrat city was on fire, and nobody says anything about it. Antifa and BLM were causing such problems, including death. With the exception of one young, fine woman, nobody died on January 6th. Nobody died on January 6th. They like to say 5 people, but nobody died on January 6th.
Pfizer has asked the U.S. to authorize extra low doses of its COVID-19 vaccine for children under the age of 5, potentially opening the way for them to start receiving shots as early as March. The FDA urged Pfizer and its partner BioNTech to apply earlier than the companies had planned and before it's settled that the youngsters will need 2 shots or 3. This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first, but with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group, and we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey, and remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, thank you much, and welcome back. Hey, I see TNC Radio went ahead and broke the news this past day. I shared the link from their page to my Facebook page. TNC Radio, which is the Truckers News Channel, tncradio.live. That's a platform which we will be joining starting next week, coming up Sunday night into Monday morning. I was kind of teasing the last couple of nights. Hey, we got a big announcement for Monday morning. So, yeah, there it is, tncradio.live. Now, that's a location you can, it's another streaming opportunity that they have the app, but they're pretty much, with the addition of the Overnight Drive, we're going to be filling the one day part, I believe, that they were just kind of running some of those. You hear about these greatest, old radio shows of all time and whatnot on some of the news breaks through that particular app. They had been running some of that. Otherwise, they've got pretty much round-the-clock trucker news programming. If you go to the radio, go to their Facebook page. I'm just scrolling down here. Landline Now, of course, with OOIDA runs on the TNC Radio Live. Some of the other programs, you got the Women Road Warriors that runs like 7 o'clock Central Time. On some programs are like one night a week, some are every night of the week. I know, remember Captain Kirk for years have been calling in, especially when it comes to the Truckers Christmas group. He actually checked in here a few weeks ago, and he's got a program that runs, I think, on Thursday nights. Ice Road Trucker fans, anybody remember Alex Dabogorski? I remember meeting Alex a couple of times there in Louisville, down at the Mid-America Truck Show. Again, really nice guy. But he has a program called Tail Lights with Alex Dabogorski Tuesdays at like 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 Central Time. But again, something you might want to check out. Obviously, that'll be an opportunity to introduce the Overnight Drive programming to truckers that otherwise may not be familiar with the program. That's the intention. And again, filling in some of the time that they didn't have available or filled with trucking programming. Now, I was slated to do an interview with, I believe her name is Shelley Johnson. She's an afternoon host on TNC Radio Live. I was slated to do that like later today, but that's the thing where the plans had been changing. We had to bump that. I think we've rescheduled that for next Wednesday. Be like from 4 to 5 in the afternoon Eastern Time. I'll be joining Shelley there on TNC Radio, introducing the Overnight Drive to the daytime listeners and whatnot. But yeah, it's another opportunity. TNCradio.live. Check out the Facebook page. Again, I've got the link there on my page. Just shared that before we started the program. Back to the phones we go. Eagle, thanks for hanging in there. What's going on this morning?
Nothing much. Trying to make my way back down to Texas. But before I get started on this Texas deal, I wanted to say to Pappy, I've been listening to that guy. I've talked to him a couple of times on the radio. I know he's a lawman up there in Cincinnati. I understand his daughter had a car accident. So, I want to say, man, you've always been nice to me on the radio. So I'm hoping your daughter does better, man. I hate to see a 16-year-old, have these type of problems. But hopefully the Lord will bless you and your family. You doing the right thing, and you're involved in the law. So I'm pretty sure, Lord, you got the Lord on your side. So hopefully your daughter will be able to pull through. If you're listening tonight, this is Eagle talking to you, brother. Now, listen, Steve, I want to give a warning out there to all the truck drivers that's making their way to Texas in the next 2 to 3 days. I didn't get this warning last year around this time, but due to the stupidity and cocky, arrogant people that live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Steve, I'm giving this warning to anybody that lives that's got a load headed towards this area. on Thursday or either Friday. And the reason why I say this, Steve, is they have another, so they believe you've been updating it. They believe that some bad weather is headed that way, ice for potentially slick roads. And as you know, what happened last year in the Fort Worth, Texas area, where they had a chain car truck accident where I can't remember how many people got killed. Listen, people in Texas do not know how to drive in these type of conditions. They don't have the materials to put on the ground to stop these type of icing conditions on the road. And if you care anything about your trucking career, you will not travel maybe in the state of Texas, but definitely in the Dallas-Fort Worth area on Interstate 35, Interstate 30 or 20, because I promise you, you're going to be driving with some very cocky, arrogant people that don't care nothing about only themselves, and they're not worried about if they cause an accident. This is coming from me, a man who grew up in the state of Texas. I know how these people do. That's the reason why, Steve, that's why I'm headed to my home right now, and my truck will be parked on Thursday and Friday until this storm blows over the state of Texas, because I refuse to get on the road with these type of individuals, Steve. It's a sad situation that I have to get this type of warning, but I'm just telling anybody that's traveling to Texas, you better heed, because you'll find yourself involved in an accident you shouldn't be involved in. Now, let me move on to this situation, Steve, with the border situation. Are you still there?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Let me move on to this situation with the border situation. As of last week, remember last week we talked, they caught good old Joe Biden red-handed, him and his administration. Somebody took undercover videos of buses pulling up to a place in Brownsville, McAllen area, unloading individuals, putting them in taxi cabs, taking them to local airport, and putting them on planes headed to Houston, Miami, Florida, and Atlanta, Georgia, and other destinations. Got it right there on black and white. Good old Joe Biden case. You would have thought Joe Biden would have been man enough, Steve, to admit, okay, yeah, you caught me red-handed. We still doing this. We still shipping people out. We not stopping people from coming in. But no, not Joe Biden. Just like I figured it, he told another lie. He said that this is old video, Steve. He said this video was taking place last summer in June and July. I promise you that's not old video. That video, Joe Biden is still flying people into the United States to this very minute that I'm on the telephone with you right now. Joe Biden is probably transporting somebody to another location as we speak right now, Steve. I promise you that. So I hope that these people don't believe that this is old video, because it's not. This video was shot. And I promise you, you can go to Brownsville, Texas, or McAllen, Texas right now, and I bet you see buses pulling up with undocumented people, unloading them and putting them in the planes and flying them out of town. And it's going to continue here's the sad part about the whole deal, Steve. It's going to continue for the next 3 years as long as this guy's in the White House, because Joe Biden has no intention of putting a stop to it. And you and I both know it. Here's the scary part, like I told you the other night, Steve. As of last year, the 2021, so all you people out there saying that you ain't worried about it, you ain't concerned about the illegal immigration, well, you should be worried about it, because as of last year, Joe Biden shipped in 2 million people into this country. Do you realize that he still has 3 more years to go? By the time Joe Biden leaves the White House, we could have 8 million people, Steve. 8 million people at this rate. Undocumented illegal people in this country by the time Biden leaves the White House in 2024. And he will leave the White House in 2024, because people in America are not going to put up with another 4 years of that loser. At least I won't. But, here's the deal, Steve. Just like Donald Trump said at the rally that I was at on Saturday night, that Donald Trump, and I asked you this question the other night, Donald Trump said that if he was reinstalled in the White House in 2024, that he would immediately start the reconstruction of this wall on the southern border of the United States of America. Joe Biden has no intentions whatsoever of constructing a wall on the southern border of this country. How can him and his administration say Didn't you say the other night, Steve, that Joe Biden said he couldn't understand why these people want to come to America,
yes,
why they want to get in this country? Well, yes. I'll tell you why, Joe Biden, why they want to get in. It's because you're allowing them in, my friend. Plus, you're giving them free airfare, bus tickets to any destination that they want, and plus giving them money when they do get here. So who wouldn't take you up on that offer, Joe Biden? Who wouldn't take you up on the offer to give them a free bus ticket, a plane ticket, and money in their pocket? So don't ask stupid questions because you'll get a stupid answer, my friend. It just pisses me off at the audacity of these people, Steve. He's basically laughing in the American people's face when he made that comment. But like I said, he won't be laughing. He won't be laughing in about 3 or 4 years because he'll be in the unemployment line with a whole lot of other Democrats that's going to be out of work in 2022. Because like I said, people like Donald Trump and people that care about America like me are going to make sure that he doesn't stay in the White House for another 4 years. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Thank you so much, Eagle. Have a great morning. About 12 before the hour. And let me see here. I'm looking. I had the story about old Whoopi Goldberg has stepped into it. Oops. Now, at the moment, I believe the official word from ABC is that she's on a 2-week suspension. Yeah, there are some calling for her to be fired from ABC. Comments that she had made on The View a couple of days ago, apparently. Not sure exactly when she made the statement, but years and years ago, I had a boss. My boss there at the previous gig at 700 was one Daryl Parks. Actually, he's the one that once my father had retired in 2004, we made the first deal for Steve Sommers to take over the program. And, he was there. And when I was presenting ideas for a new name for the program, we couldn't continue to call it, the Truckin' Bozo Radio Network. My father had copyrighted that, and he was eventually going to move on over to Sirius XM. So, I came up with the idea of America's Truckin' Network. But Daryl says this past day, I believe no one should be canceled no matter your beliefs. Cancel culture is a danger to all of us, and it's only a matter of time before it happens to you. As French writer Voltaire is said to have believed, quote, I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. I fear for old Volty if he were around today. Now, with that said, Whoopi Goldberg has stepped in it on The View by insulting the Nazis' extermination of the Jews during World War II, stating that it wasn't about race. Although we all know the Nazi goal was to exterminate the Jewish race, a race that they believe was inferior. The irony here is Karen Johnson, that's Whoopi's real name, took a Jewish-sounding stage surname because her mother allegedly didn't think her real name was, quote, Jewish enough to become a success. Jesus, unreal. Here's my tip, he says. Should you take a stage name or change your surname to something suggesting a race or an ethnicity, how about maybe know the history of the said surname? That may be obvious to most, but not to all. Whoopi steps in it. It is 9 before the hour. I back to your calls into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So I hadn't really heard about this till a few hours ago when I got an email, I think, from Mike. He said, Tom Brenneman, former host for the Cincinnati Reds, that just made a comment where he didn't even think the mic was supposed to be off the mic, speaking to someone personally in the broadcast booth. I mean, they pretty much destroyed his career. And he said, Whoopi's comments are far beyond anything that Tom had said at the time. So I'm looking at the story from page 6 that kind of explains. There is growing fury inside ABC. Insiders insisting that her apology isn't enough and demanding that she be fired. Monday's edition of The View. Whoopi alleged that the Holocaust was not about race, claiming that Nazis and Jews are both white. She doubled down on the claim on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert on Monday, after stating via Twitter, "I stand corrected." However, sources tell page 6 staffers and fellow hosts on The View, as well as insiders at Disney, are furious that she's not been disciplined. ABC staffers and Disney Network executives are saying Whoopi went way too far. Board members are not happy with her apology. They want a fuller retraction. Word is that Whoopi's in deep shish kebab. Why does Whoopi seemingly get a pass when others don't? Perhaps this time she won't. Many at the network, including her fellow host, believe she's too controversial for the show now. Yeah, one insider says this isn't just going to blow over. This is going to cast a shadow over everything for a while. Even Joy Behar was heard saying backstage that Whoopi's dead wrong and she may never recover from this. Joy found this particularly troubling and couldn't believe Whoopi wouldn't stand corrected until she was forced to. Others at ABC, they say, are incredulous, allegedly asking questions like, how stoned can she be? Her agents are panicking that she may have ruined herself for good. Plus, now she has to worry about potential death threats. Now, as Page 6 reported, Goldberg referred to Jews and Nazis as two groups of white people. She said the Holocaust was about inhumanity. It was not about race, which immediately sparked international backlash. The Israeli Consulate General in New York, the Auschwitz Memorial, the Anti-Defamation League, trying to quell the outrage, she issued an apology via Twitter, which said, "On today's show, I said the Holocaust is not about race, but about man's inhumanity to man. I should have said it's about both." As Jonathan Greenblatt from the Anti-Defamation League shared, the Holocaust was about the Nazis' systematic annihilation of the Jewish people, which they deemed to be an inferior race. I stand corrected. Now, she then returned this past day to The View, where she opened the show by stating that she misspoke. "I tweeted about it last night, but I kind of want you to hear it from me directly. I feel a responsibility. My words upset so many people, which was never my intention. I understand why. The information I got was really helpful." So, amid the controversial comments, TV insiders pointed out that other daytime host, Sharon Osbourne, of course, had been fired for far less than what Whoopi said. Among those who fumed over Whoopi, who was previously in hot water for defending Bill Cosby, was Piers Morgan. I mean, Sharon Osbourne was fired from The Talk for defending me against a fake charge of racism. Whoopi on The View said the Holocaust wasn't about race, which for Jewish people is about as racist a comment as anyone could possibly make. But she hasn't lost her job. Now, a separate insider said, Whoopi may benefit from the fact that there's a lot of people that are getting tired of the cancel culture, but it's pretty astonishing that it's one rule for Whoopi and it's another rule for everyone else. All right. ABC and Disney have not issued any sort of a statement, apparently, on the controversial comments and did not respond to Page 6. Ah, boy. Yeah, I don't know. I've said for years and years, and think of how many people, I mean, because the numbers are there. How many people that watch The View, primarily the female audience, on any given morning, that actually think they're getting the news by tuning into The View. It's undoubtedly a totally one-way street, the left-leaning view of everything that happens in this country. Everything is twisted to meet their narrative. But sadly, so many people think they're actually getting real news and information by tuning into that program. But I digress. I'll get our news break in here, some real news, and we'll get back to your calls. Chevy Guy, Gilligan. Yeah, Daryl's on the line. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden is seeking Supreme Court nominee advice amid criticism to nominate the first black woman to the country's highest court. Senator Ted Cruz and Senator Roger Wicker spoke to ABC News.
The fact that he's willing to make a promise at the outset that it must be a black woman, I got to say that's offensive. It's actually an insult to black women.
The irony is that the Supreme Court is at the very same time hearing cases about this sort of affirmative racial discrimination.
A recent ABC News poll shows 76% of Americans want Biden to consider all candidates. Pfizer is asking U.S. regulators to authorize extra low doses of its COVID-19 vaccine for children under 5. The move could open the way for the very youngest Americans to start receiving shots in March. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association annual convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
Super Bowl tickets are on sale, and if you plan on seeing the game in person, it will cost you a pretty penny.
It'll cost more than $6,000 for a seat in the nosebleed section to watch the Los Angeles Rams and Cincinnati Bengals in Super Bowl 56. Secondary markets like StubHub and Ticketmaster are selling seats in the top level of SoFi Stadium for at least $5,500 plus almost another $1,000 in fees. The really good seats are going for around $78,000. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A majority of people say there's a growing cancel culture that threatens freedom, according to the latest Foundation for Individual Rights in Education poll. While 73% of respondents acknowledged having heard of the phrase cancel culture, there were 59% who were convinced it's growing and a threat to liberties in America. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
A federal judge has rejected a hate crimes plea deal for Greg and Travis McMichael.
A federal judge rejected a plea agreement Monday that would have averted hate crimes trial for father and son Travis and Greg McMichael, convicted of murder for fatally shooting Ahmaud Arbery, whose parents angrily objected to the deal. The deal would have allowed the convicts to go to federal prison. The family of Arbery want them in state prison.
I told them that I wanted them to go to state prison and do their time that Judge Wansbury gave them on the 7th of January.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A major winter storm is expected to affect a huge portion of the U.S. Heavy snow is forecast to start in the Rockies, while freezing rain will pelt Texas. The storm will then move on to dump snow and ice on the Midwest. More than a foot of snow is forecast in places. Airlines grounded more than 1,000 flights scheduled for Wednesday. A suspected gunman is now in custody after 2 campus officers were fatally shot at a private liberal arts college in Virginia on Tuesday. In an email to students, faculty, and staff, Bridgewater College President David Bushman identified the victims as police officer John Painter and safety officer J.J. Jefferson. The gunman allegedly shot the officers around 1:20 Tuesday afternoon and ran away. And fired Miami Dolphins coach Brian Flores has sued the NFL and 3 of its teams, alleging racist hiring practices by the league. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
right, there we go. Another hour off and rolling. Here on a Wednesday morning, Groundhog's Day. Yeah, counting down to the prognostication. Have to check on the forecast there for Punxsutawney later this morning. I think there's a good chance he will not see his shadow. All right, before I get back to the calls, fascinating. I saw this via AccuWeather this past day. A bolt of lightning that stretched nearly 500 miles across 3 states. The new world record holder for the longest flash. You say, how's this even possible? This single flash extended 477.2 miles across Texas, Louisiana, into Mississippi in April of 2020. According to the World Meteorological Organization, that beat the old record from back in 2018, which was a 440-mile strike in Brazil. Also in 2020, a single lightning flash over Uruguay and northern Argentina lasted 17.1 seconds, nipping the old record time of 16.7 seconds. Normally, as we know, lightning doesn't stretch much further than, say, 10 miles and last less than a second, according to the Arizona State University. Now, these 2 lightning flash records are absolutely extraordinary. Both were what they call cloud to cloud, several thousand feet above the ground, so no one was in danger. But these records, which are not linked to any sort of climate change, were spotted and confirmed thanks to new satellite tracking technology. Both regions are 2 of the few places in the world that are prone to the type of intense storms that can produce what are called mega flashes. Mega flash, but nearly 500 miles. That's bizarre. Wonder what that clap of thunder sounded like. You gotta wonder. Chevy Guy, what's happening? Good morning.
Morning. Yeah. Oh, about the towing issue. Back in the 80s, I can remember my boss had a truck broke down on George Washington Bridge. And the ports authorities, right away, they don't mess around. So they get a tow. I don't know if it was a ports authority rig, or they called a contractor in. But it cost nearly $2,000. And they towed it off the bridge over to the side and dropped it. And then that was it. They just towed it off the bridge, pulled it on the side, on the cross broncs, and dropped it. And my boss had to come up with our fine road service to do the repairs or tow it from there. But was he ever hot? And I loved what you had said, the story about the mayor up there in Canada. The answer to his truck problem was to call on some more trucks. That was good, but they had COVID. That was a kicker. And this thing about Whoopi. Did you ever think we'd be sitting here defending Whoopi? So I'm sorry. It just when you're right, you're right, and I'm sorry. Everybody in this country should have a free opinion, but it's come this thing that's come up in the news story. It said something about racial hiring practices.
Yep.
I mean, this thing's growing up. Thing's growing up and eating up our freedom, left and right. So, all right, let's see. I don't follow basketball. I'm not, interested at all in that. All right, so I guess what it comes down to, if you've got 5 blacks, you should have 5 whites. It don't matter if, you got 10 blacks that should be on there that can outplay those whites, but you better have 5 whites on there. Football team, I'm seeing a lot of white quarterbacks, But I'm seeing some awesome running backs, fullbacks, receivers, and they're black. Don't mean nothing to me, but I guess what you got to do is start breaking it down where there's an even number of everybody. Oh, but we're in America, so you better knock out a couple more of them blacks and whites and put some Asians in there. Well, let's remember the American Indians. My goodness, where we're going to go with all this. This is absolutely absurd. But throw a little joke in there. First off, Pappy, thank God I think we have an official chaplain, and I was in with the prayers this morning for Pappy's daughter. But tell a little joke here. It's office appropriate. This old boy had bring your daughter to work day, and his daughter was finally 7 years old. He said, "Well, good, sweetie, I'm going to take you to work with me." She's all excited. They go to work. Well, he's got a little cubicle here. He says, "Go around and introduce yourself. I'm going to go over here and I've got to start my job here." So he's on that computer getting things going. She's going from cubicle to cubicle to cubicle, and all of a sudden one of his fellow workers comes up and says, "Buddy, you need to check on your daughter. She's crying." And he gets up and he walks in there, and the whole office is gathered around her, and she is just bawling her eyes out. And he pulls his way through the crowd, and he looks down at his daughter and says, "Sweetie, what's wrong?" And she goes, "You lied to me, Daddy. You lied to me." And he goes, "How did I lie to you, sweetie?" She goes, "You said you work with a bunch of clowns." Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the rest of the show.
All right. There you go. That's good. It is 13 past the hour. Yeah, let me jump to cue ball here quickly because I think he has a little follow-up on Whoopi.
Morning, Steve.
Hey there.
I have interesting opinions when it comes to this whole Whoopi Goldberg thing. First of all, maybe I should have known this, but I didn't. I actually thought that was her real name. I almost fell off the chair. Because I was wearing my seatbelt.
Yeah.
When her real name was Karen. You gotta be kidding me. The jokes just write themselves. Anyway. Old saying I grew up with, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. That woman has made a pretty good living.
Oh, yeah.
Screaming and hollering and crying and whining about cancel this one, cancel that one, you should be fired, this should happen to you, on and on and on. I get it. If I'm against cancel culture, I shouldn't believe in people getting canceled. But I also believe in by the sword, you die by the sword. Now that she's wanting mercy, is she willing to give mercy to anybody that she disagrees with? Or is she a headhunter wanting to get anybody else as long as it ain't hers? The way I'm seeing it, I guess if they fire her, well, maybe she'll know what that's like.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's kind of how I see it. I mean, what really more is there? She stepped her foot in it. I think she's very ignorant. She comes at this whole subject matter, looking at it as she's somehow a victim. How much money does she make sitting over there yapping with the other Karens?
I have no idea what her salary is, but it's big. I guarantee you, she's making millions.
Oh, she's doing pretty good then. Doesn't sound like she's too oppressed. So I don't know her history, where she comes from. I don't know none of that. All I'm going to say is simply, you're going to have a real hard time with that kind of money in your pocket to run your mouth, and that's all you get paid for is to run in your mouth. And then you're going to tell me you're the victim? I don't think so. Meanwhile, like I said, she's got no problem victimizing other people that they think that she doesn't agree with. So, they show her the door. Whatever. Believe me, it doesn't affect my day one way or the other. So
yeah, I won't.
Did you hear?
I won't miss a thing because hell, I know I couldn't tolerate tuning into The View. I mean, it's almost like it's like me trying to force myself to watch Rachel Maddow or some of the others on CNN. I can't stomach it.
Oh, that one's another one, please. I can't. The whole thing with this politics with different people, it's so weird now, and it's amazing to me. And usually it's on the left. There are some wackadoos like, never mind. But there are some, there are some on the right that if you don't agree with them, they don't want nothing to do with you. But usually it's the ones on the left. I'll give you examples. Years ago, before. It's kind of a funny story. But, before Trump was elected in 2016, I had some friends of mine down in Florida. And I've spoke about them in the past. It's kind of funny. We used to live almost the same life. They were, they were a gay couple, lesbians, the two of them. They were married or civil union or whatever the hell they did at the time back then. And living in Florida. And I used to go down there all the time. I park the truck or I take the bike down there or whatever. And I hang out down there. Like I said, we kind of lived the same way in a way. Busted our asses, worked, tried to, pay our rent, mortgage, whatever. Have a little bit of money left over on the side, have a couple beers and chase chicks. So it's kind of weird. You're hanging out the bar with a couple of women and you're all eyeballing the same thing just before I met Jen, obviously, but I thought it was kind of funny. But man, oh man, once Trump got elected, that friendship completely died because we simply had a difference of opinion on who would make a better president. But everything else was identical. Like I said, working class people. How come all of a sudden I got dropped as a friend because I believe Trump would have been a better president than Hillary? Poof. I became scum of the earth after that. But prior to that, I was one of the nicest people you ever knew. Another friend of mine, recently, with the re-election of Trump, good friend of mine lived in Wisconsin, over by Milwaukee. Car guy, older gentleman. Really good friends, or so I thought. Little differences in opinion when it came to the presidential politics. Next thing you know, I go from the nicest guy on planet Earth to this guy to I don't talk to him no more. And it wasn't even him. It was because of his wife. Because his wife. Funny thing is, she's still on my Facebook. He's not. But he don't talk to me no more because the wife don't like me because of my opinions in politics. But these are people that used to invite me to their house. Did different car, did different car events that they would hold. The next thing you know, I'm nobody. But I don't know anybody. No, scratch that. I know one person I'm related to him. That's that. But other than that one exception, I don't know anybody that's on a conservative-leaning side or even libertarian side of things that are not going to still talk to you just because you disagree on certain things of politics. See, for Christ's sakes, look at us. Me and you have a lot of difference of opinion in a handful of things. Yeah, we still have these discussions civilly. We might not agree, but we'll have the conversation and try to, discuss things to where, we might not agree on the end, but at least you'll hear me out, I hear you out, and we come to something in the middle. Great. How come in politics, when it comes to left versus right, you can't do that? I guarantee you Whoopi Goldberg wants Joe Rogan's head on a platter while she's trying desperately to hold her own. Ain't that something? I'm sure in your life you know it exactly the same. Ironically, kind of around the same subject. How many friends of mine that are into cars, trucks?
Mm-hmm.
Got a lot of them. All kinds of different backgrounds, races, politics, whatever. I mean, I don't see what, if you have things in common with people, why politics should matter. But people do that. And it's commonly on the left. They just don't know where that, I don't know why it is that way. But nonetheless, you do start resenting, at least me personally, you do start resenting people that do that to you. Like, okay, I guess I never meant nothing to you. You know? But but that's at a personal level.
Right.
That's not a political level. So at that point, you probably just dug your grave. I may as well just kick the dirt over because I'm done. You hear about, speaking of that, just real quick, it's kind of funny, but I was thinking about it. I don't know if we got the time to kind of delve into that real fast. You know how many times I've said to you on the show in the last year or something that this nation has been self-dividing? Literally sometime among state lines, blue state, red state, and so on.
Absolutely.
Well, there's another way it's dividing. It's becoming very plainly obvious anymore. Did you hear the story? Some professor tweeted something that wasn't worded the best way, and these people are trying to do a sit-in at some college. It's a law college. I forget where it is. And they're literally wanting a room so they could cry in it. And I'm literally realizing, blue-collar people go to work, like the truck drivers, and then you got the white-collar people, they go to college, and if you start wondering where the division's really been starting, it's these nut jobs in these colleges. Think about it. Most people that that are these whacked-out liberal types, they don't know how to earn a living very well, and they went to school to be told what to think. They went to these big-name colleges or whatever, these white-collar people, and they really don't know how to, grind out a hard-ass living, like doing actual, physical labor.
Right.
And I'm starting to wonder if, the division between people literally has to do with the colleges, because blue-collar people, they just go through school to go right to work and work their ass off, and they're usually driving pickup trucks with, dirty hands and scars and, big muscles because they're doing heavy lifting or whatever. And then you got these guys that go to college, they learn how to push papers or whatever. I'm not saying it's not important work, because Lord knows blue-collar guys need lawyers sometimes, but you get the idea. I'm starting to wonder, you make a joke of some of these colleges being so crazy, but they've really got off the rails. But then again, I'm willing to bet that problem's been festering for a long time and nobody wanted to ever address it. Look at the difference in the way the Canadian government, all, upper crusty, white-collar types, let's say, and they don't know how to understand all these people and how to build things and do things, and, working-class people, they don't know how to deal with them in their trucks protesting. They don't know how to deal with that. It blows their mind. These ruffians are not supposed to be having a voice. How dare they? Now they're like, we literally move. I'll give you an example. Like the guy with that big ass crane over there, right? You ain't gonna get the little police department tow truck to drag that thing out of there. I don't know. I missed a little bit of the show. It's sitting in that traffic back there a while back, but I don't know if you mentioned about towing or something. I kind of wonder if that had something to do with it. But these trucks are gonna be a little difficult to move if they ever try to move them by force. Because think about it. The average 18-wheeler is a lot heavier than a Bearcat.
Yes, sir. Yep.
No, they don't really have the. They don't have the ability to do it. Where's Marvin? He might have when we need him. Oh, that's right. He died.
I think it's funny that the tow operators are saying, the government, they call them and say, come move some of these trucks. Nope, we can't. We got COVID. We're under the weather right now. It is 25 past the hour. A little behind, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation. At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, got our news break just around the corner here. Let me get to Gilligan this morning. What's happening, Gilligan?
Hey, good morning, Steve, and thank you for taking my call. But first of all, I want to give a shout out to Pappy. Hey, we're all out here, me and my family, out here praying for your daughter to recover from this. I mean, it's you and your family, we'll be thinking about you, and we'll be praying for you, brother.
Yep.
My stepmother, back in the 90s, got hit by a car and had fractured skull, bleeding on the brain. And she did recover from it. Don't think that is unrecoverable. She's a young girl. She's a strong girl, I'm sure. She can recover from it. It's horrible injuries, but there's definitely hope. Others have recovered from it. My stepmother, when she sustained her injuries, she was in her 60s, a lot different than a 16-year-old. Well, Steve, I want to touch on something else. A friend of mine recently has been trying to get his CDLs. In 2017, he got his CDLs, and unfortunately, a year later, he was diagnosed with neuropathy. Now, of course, the neuropathy got him to the point he couldn't even really walk without a cane or even a crutch sometimes. That's how bad it had gotten. So they pulled his medical card. Well, I'll get to that in a minute. That's another story on this. But he recently got his problem taken care of with his foot. And he just went and now is trying to get his CDLs back. Have you touched on the new, I think you've touched on the new law, federal law going into effect February 7th, haven't you? About how they
the new driver training rules, yes.
Yes, well, this is a man that just over 3 years ago, it was late in 2018, unfortunately lost his CDLs because of a medical issue. Now, even though he's had a recent CDL in recent years, he has to go through that whole training process and everything again. It's going to cost him $2,500, $4,000. I mean, I understand they've got to get, I understand they've got to have a standard. We all remember the scandal, I think it was from Schneider and some of the other companies pushing people through these schools, and actually paying the test, people giving the test to pass them. I mean, but that is definitely the exception. And I know some of these schools are not doing their job. But this situation is crazy. Now, if I say something's wrong, I don't know how to work this, and don't want to get you in trouble and anything. I don't think I will. My friend was diagnosed with neuropathy. Come to find out, his whole problem was he had developed an ulcer between two of his toes, and it was acting like neuropathy. And instead of diagnosing what the problem was, they kept trying to medicate the symptoms. I mean, this is modern medicine, unfortunately, what they've been doing. I'm going to get a little personal with my wife's medical condition. She's got 2 spots on her kidneys right now. They've been diagnosed as fatty tumors, but she keeps sending her to specialists, trying to figure out what to do about it. Well, if they're nothing more than fatty tumors, then they will eventually disappear. I hate to say it, but a lot of the medical community seems like it's turned into a money racket. Has that been your experience too?
I mean,
they're just trying to make more money off their patients.
I don't think I've personally experienced that, but I'd say undoubtedly we know that happens out there. I mean, there's a lot of money to be made. When it comes to things like Medicare, Medicaid, we definitely see that where, knowing that the government's going to pick up the tab, you might, well, let's do this, let's do that. We need some additional testing. It happens. It happens a lot. But with that, hey, we're a little behind here. Get our news break and back with more. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden is seeking Supreme Court nominee advice amid criticism to nominate the first black woman to the country's highest court. Senator Ted Cruz and Senator Roger Wicker spoke to ABC News.
The fact that he's willing to make a promise at the outset that it must be a black woman, I got to say that's offensive. It's actually an insult to black women.
The irony is that the Supreme Court is at the very same time hearing cases about this sort of affirmative racial discrimination.
A recent ABC News poll shows 76% of Americans want Biden to consider all candidates. Pfizer is asking U.S. regulators to authorize extra low doses of its COVID-19 vaccine for children under 5. The move could open the way for the very youngest Americans to start receiving shots in March. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you taking Viagra and tired of paying $50 per tablet? Marley Drug has generic Viagra for just $10 per tablet. $10 for generic Viagra is a savings of $40 per dose. Call now and get free shipping on 10 tablets or more of generic Viagra. Marley Drug is a North Carolina pharmacy licensed in all 50 states. For information, go to marleygenerics.com or call us at 800-515-3062. That's 800-515-3062.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733 3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So I guess the deal is still on for Punxsutawney Phil, but I'm not real familiar with, where's Milltown? Is that somewhere in New Jersey? Yeah, the Groundhog Day festivities have been canceled because the latest local celebrity just died. Oh. Yeah, for the last several years, he's been given the task of predicting weather. Will it be an early spring or 6 more weeks of winter? We Wranglers are sad to report that Milltown Mel recently crossed over the Rainbow Bridge. Now, considering the average lifespan of a groundhog's about 3 years, it's not such a shock. But Mel left us at a tough time of year, when most of his fellow groundhogs are hibernated, so no babies will be available to replace him until the spring. So we tried everywhere to get a stand-in, but to no avail, according to Milltown Mel's Facebook page. It goes on to say the country's not currently renting out the big snowmobile stage due to the pandemic, but we would have had the issue as well, that issue as well. We'll work hard on getting a new prognosticator for next year. Until then, please check out what all of Mel's cousins have to say on February the 2nd, later today. Yeah, Phil's cousins, like Punxsutawney Phil and, Yeah, who do they have down there? They've got somebody down in Georgia. There's a bunch of different groundhog areas, famous groundhogs, that are supposed to surface later this morning. Is that Kid Fox checking in?
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, it's been a while. Doing all right?
Oh, yeah. Out here delivering Monkey Gouger's favorite parts, as usual. Hey, the only reason I was calling, I just want to give you a heads up. Anyone out there driving around 270 out in Columbus, over on the east side of town, on the northbound side, they're doing some emergency road work, and they've got the left 2 lanes shut down between US 33 and I-70.
Okay.
So they're doing rolling road work, I guess. It kind of hit without any warning, so they didn't have any of the usual warning signs or anything. I guess it's just, patching holes and stuff. So I don't know what they're doing, but anyways, I just want to give everybody a heads up. Once you get past US 33, you want to get over in the right lane as quickly as possible.
Okay. It's kind of a...
Because they almost had a couple accidents when I came through.
Yeah, kind of a weird night to be doing road work, I guess, with all the weather coming in, but I guess they'll get as much done as they can before the weather sends them off.
Exactly. So I don't know what they're doing, but like I said, they had the left 2 lanes blocked. So
okay.
So I just wanted to give everybody a heads up. But other than that, I'm doing good. Life is peachy. Just bought a house a couple months ago, so we're trying to get used to the life of being homeowners.
Well, congratulations on that. That's good. That's always a big step in life.
Oh yeah. Let's just say I'm glad to be through the whole mortgage process, but that's where I've been focused on lately.
Oh, I remember. It was such a tedious thing. Because they go into your daggone credit report and they dig out things. I think I had unpaid dental bills from years and years ago and stuff like that. You had to get everything taken care of to get a loan approval.
Right. Well, see, we didn't have that much trouble, like anything like that. I mean, it was just minor stuff, like minor things that we had to confirm with them. Like stuff with the banking account and the way we had some stuff set up financially. So, fortunately, it wasn't too painful. I mean, we got a killer interest rate, so I'm not complaining.
That's good.
We got ours all the way down to 2.5% interest rate. So, hey. I was like, hey, I'll take it.
No doubt. I can't imagine. I remember when my stepdad told me, like, when they he and my mom got their first house back in I guess that was the early 70s or something. It was like, I think he said he had 18% interest on that home loan.
Wow.
Those were the days.
Of course, back then, probably houses were a heck of a lot cheaper than they are nowadays.
Oh yeah, the home loan itself, I think, was like $18,000 or $20,000, something like that. It was a whole different world. But all right, looking at let's see, a couple from the email bag. Who we got here this morning? First, David online said, first off, prayers to Pappy and his daughter. On my way from Kalamazoo to our Chicago terminal, then back to Indy. I've got 34 degrees at the 62-mile marker on I-94 in Michigan, kind of a rain-snow mixture at the moment. But I'm looking at the radar, doesn't look good going across here. Oh, and to make it even better, I've got an empty trailer. This is going to be a fun ride. Everybody be safe, and safe travels to you, Steve. Then he sent me a follow-up a few moments later, so if I can pull that up. He said 30 miles further west as I'm rolling. And I-94 now snow-covered. The snow's coming down pretty good. I'd say keep it between the spotted and the solid, but you'd have to find them first, which apparently that's getting more difficult to do as the snow's coming down. All right, thank you for the update there. Hello to the garbage-throwing daddy. Dear Mr. Steve, in regards to Miss Karen, a.k.a. Whoopi, Now, I do believe everyone has the right to free speech in this day and age of technology, social media. I don't believe everybody should be talking. Just because you can say anything that you want doesn't always mean you should. As we all have the right to do and say what we believe, what we feel doesn't mean we always have to listen and agree with everyone. In other words, the sticking you gave is the sticking you get. That's kind of like what Cue Ball was saying, right? Live by the sword, die by the sword. Anyway, love the show, Steve. Yours truly, the garbage throwing daddy from outside of Cincinnati. Who else we have there? There's Billy the Kid, BTK. Hey, Steve. Got Big Orange pointed toward the home. 20s should be there about 6 a.m. And then I'm going to probably hole up till Monday. Now, if you can get Big Moose to play at the truck show, tell him to bring that accordion. He really rocks that thing. It's like Lawrence Welk and Jerry Lee Lewis trapped in King Kong Bundy's body. That's good. Everybody stay safe, keep warm in the storm. Hey, so Big Moose, I didn't realize you tickled the ivory on the accordion there. That's fun. About 12 before the hour. All right, we'll get to Rambler. Got you coming up next. And hey, Mike. What day is it? Groundhog Day, of course. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
My, Lord have mercy. I'm looking. Gilligan sent me the video out of Pennsylvania. Are you kidding me? The Golden Corral. Now, this is the kind of thing that typically happens at like a Waffle House at 2 a.m. You people get intoxicated and somebody says the wrong thing. They literally destroyed this Golden Corral restaurant. Throwing chairs, tables, high chairs. Supposedly approximately 40 people involved in the brawl. What could spark such a thing? Well, according to the report, a lack of steak. A lack of steak at the Pennsylvania Golden Corral Buffet, maybe what led dozens of people to duke it out. There was 2 parties in line waiting for steak. Somebody apparently had cut in front and then started being picky and finicky about the steaks and taking too long. And somebody apparently spoke up and said something I guess the other party didn't like. Then it all just went to you-know-what in a heartbeat. More than 40 people throwing punches, throwing chairs, according to police. The company that owns the restaurant reported the incident, and police are investigating. I heard about the big fight. It's just sad, really. Everybody is on such a short fuse these days. You ain't kidding. You see, Golden Corral's franchisee, JK Hospitality, tells Fox News, "We are aware of an unfortunate disturbance that started between 2 parties of guests at our franchise restaurant in Bensalem, PA. We notified local authorities. They're investigating the incident. Thankfully, no serious injuries. The safety of our guests and co-workers is top priority." It was caught on video. I mean, investigators working to determine the cause of the fight, who started it. Yeah, that individual could face several charges. Well, simple assault. Okay. Just going out to enjoy a dinner. I don't think any of these people probably actually got to enjoy their buffet because, like I said, everything was turned upside down. Hey, good morning, Rambler. What's happening?
Well, in South Alabama, Golden Corral, we have wrestling matches.
Oh, yeah?
Think I'm lying? Go to go to YouTube, look up Alabama Doink versus Einreich. They had a wrestling ring set up in the Golden Corral parking lot. Yes, sir. Right there in Mobile, Alabama. How you doing, Steve?
Hanging with them, Rambler. How's your week starting out?
Hey, it's starting out pretty good, brother. It's starting out pretty good. An old buddy of mine in Florida blowing my phone up when the Chiefs got up 24-10. What about your Bengals? And then all of a sudden, right before they went to halftime with seconds left, Patrick Mahomes throws that pass, and I don't know any football players' names that played for the Bengals except for Joe Burrow. But when he jumped up there and swatted that ball away, I texted him back. I said, "Buddy, Chiefs ain't going to win because what I just saw." I said Cincinnati could stop them, and yeah, I was right. He was wrong. So. Yeah, I was on hold with you last night. I wanted to congratulate you on the great win. The Bengals going, but I had something come up. I had to get off the phone, tend to my job. I just never could get back on with
Sure,
you. So.
Sure, that's fine.
But yeah, man, hey, it's okay. My week's starting off great, man, and heard you got to go see Doc Roto-Rooter here soon.
Yeah, gotta schedule that. Yes, sir. I'm so looking forward to that.
Well, I hadn't hit 50 yet, so I hadn't had to do mine. But everybody that's told me about the process, it's not a very good one. Makes you want to call your doctor up and say, "Hey, Steve, I'm drinking this. Why don't you just come on over and have a cocktail with me? Don't let me be by myself here." So, but God bless you, man. I hate you have to go through that. But, the great Vince Lombardi, he wouldn't do something like that because he didn't think it was a manly thing to do. And that poor man, towards the end of his life, suffered with colon cancer. And I tell you, I wouldn't wish that. I wouldn't wish prostate or colon cancer, Steve, on my worst enemy.
Yep.
I'm afraid I don't have any enemies. I love everybody. But that's a hideous form. It's one of the most hideous forms of cancer you could absolutely have. And, if you do survive, 9 times out of the 10, if you survive it, you might have to live the rest of your life wearing a colostomy bag, and that's even worse. So what you're doing, I want to encourage people, you're getting close to 50, or if you are 50, your insurance pays for it. Go see Doc Roto-Rooter. Go get a colonoscopy. It's in the long run, you don't want to have that hideous form of cancer, colon cancer.
Yep.
But, brother, want to wish you safe travels down to Flintstone, Georgia.
That's right.
Man. Drive us. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. Oh, man. It brings me back to the good old days. And good old days is far behind us, and I'm enjoying the days of today. And I had a conversation with a few folks the other night. We were talking. I was telling them about, I love the show, the new format. Actually, Steve, I'm really happy you're off of your previous employer, because now, you're building your legacy, and that makes me happy, and it's all about Steve Sommers, and that's all about us, the drivers, and the non-drivers. We have a lot of non-drivers that listen to this show, too. And to me, it's a family thing now.
Yep.
And you're building your legacy, something that you could pass the torch on, say, to maybe your grandchildren who may want to get into broadcasting. You never know what God has. But like I said, I called at the beginning of the show. We prayed for Pappy. God bless him. And y'all just remember his daughter. I imagine the 16-year-old girl is just a sweetheart of a young lady and everything like that. And y'all just remember them in your prayers. Remember Steve for his travel mercies. We're going to pray that God puts angels around about your car and get you down there very safe and get you home safe and everything like that, my dear brother. Yes, sir. So with the high and mighty paycheck that Chris Kabelchik has given you, and I hear it's pretty high, are you going to go and pay $7,800 for the nosebleed section to go to the Super Bowl to watch your beloved Bengals?
Yeah, that's just a tad bit above my pay grade.
You and I both.
You
brother.
think?
I was telling them. Well, if you have at least a 60-inch smart TV, you're a lot better off just sitting at your home. And I don't encourage you to go open up a Skull Buster. I wish you would open up a soda pop or something. But I'm not going to judge. I'm not one to ever judge. I love everybody, no matter what you do or how you act, how you are. I love you. No matter what your habits are, I just love you. And I want to end this on this note. Love is just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do, something you have to enact. And Jesus can love you, and he does. Brother Rambler can definitely, and he does love you, and I do love you, and I do. And with that note, I'll leave you all. Good night. Heat Wave, Gilligan, Chevy Guy, Jolly Green, and Eskimo Mom. I'll shout at y'all later. Love you, everybody.
Have a great morning. Yeah, we'll chat next week there. All right, we got, top of the hour news update time as we hit that midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
An analysis of studies released last month by Johns Hopkins University indicated that lockdowns in the spring of 2020 reduced COVID-19 mortality by only 0.2% in the U.S. and Europe. Fox News reports several economic professors analyzed various studies regarding how school shutdowns, business closings, and mask mandates affected the COVID-19 death rate. They concluded lockdown policies are ill-founded and should be rejected as a pandemic policy instrument. President Joe Biden is seeking Supreme Court nominee advice amid criticism to nominate the first black woman to the country's highest court. Senator Ted Cruz spoke to ABC News.
The fact that he's willing to make a promise at the outset that it must be a black woman, it's actually an insult to black women.
An ABC News poll shows 76% of Americans want Biden to consider all candidates. This is USA Radio News.
Well, you've heard me talk about Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and how his pillow's given me a great night's sleep. He continues to roll out new offers on his products. His latest on the towel sets. Now, towels aren't something you think about. I never knew what I was missing till I tried the towels last year. You've all helped build MyPillow into the incredible company it is today, and trust in Mike Lindell has given you a better night's sleep. Mike's now changing the game with his 6-piece towel set, USA cotton, extremely absorbent, yet still providing that soft feel you look for in a towel. 2 bath, 2 hand towels, 2 washcloths for a limited time, $39.95 using our promo code USA. It retails for over $100. Remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listeners square, use this promo code USA to get this price of $39.99 on the towels, or call 1-800-951-8175.
A group of parents who have children with disabilities filed a federal lawsuit on Monday challenging Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin's executive order making masks optional in schools. The defendants named in the suit include Youngkin, who took office last month, as well as Virginia's Attorney General and the state's Superintendent of Schools. The lawsuit joins 2 others challenging the executive order that have been filed against Youngkin and other state officials since he signed it on day 1 of his administration. Pfizer has asked the U.S. to authorize extra low doses of its COVID-19 vaccine for children under the age of 5, potentially opening the way for them to start receiving shots as early as March. The FDA urged Pfizer and its partner BioNTech to apply earlier than the companies had planned and before it's settled that the youngsters will need 2 shots or 3. And NFL quarterback Tom Brady announced on Tuesday he's retiring. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play 1 card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Some lawmakers aren't happy with the new responsibilities for border agents.
Border Patrol agents are voicing their frustrations with Homeland Security officials as the Biden administration works to address the root causes of illegal immigration. This as over 178,000 illegal immigrants were encountered at the border in December 2021. Oklahoma Republican Senator James Lankford was at the border recently. He joins Fox News to weigh in, saying the Border Patrol is being forced to take on different responsibilities than they're used to.
Anyone in law enforcement, they get into law enforcement to be able to enforce the laws of the country, to be able to serve their neighbors and their families and other families. These individuals want to be able to serve their nation, but they're being treated by this administration as their hotel check-in staff rather than law enforcement. They're not able to actually enforce the law. They're just checking people through to be able to come in the country. That's not what they signed up for.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A suspected gunman is now in custody after 2 campus officers were fatally shot at a private liberal arts college in Virginia on Tuesday. In an email to students, faculty, and staff, Bridgewater College President David Bushman identified the victims as police officer John Painter and safety officer J.J. Jefferson. The gunman allegedly shot the officers around 1:20 Tuesday afternoon and ran away. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I was just trying to check out our local forecast here in Southwest Ohio. As, you know, that the model runs, changing. How much ice, how much snow, what's it going to be? One guy says 1 to 2 inches, another says 3 to 5, another says 4 to 6. How much ice? Technically, the National Weather Service has us in like 1 to 3/10 of an inch of maybe freezing rain. So I came across, the local Fox affiliate, Fox 19, and Ashley Smith. I'm going back about 6 o'clock this past evening, the evening news. Wednesday, going to be wet all day. Starting about 7 a.m. I mean, we could get as much as 2+ inches of rain. Rain then changes to freezing rain and sleet by early Thursday morning. Total accumulation of ice anywhere from 1/2 to 1 inch. Now, even 1/10 of an inch of ice is enough to cause problems, and then we get snow. So she's talking. Here's the kicker, I guess. Is it going to be freezing rain or will it be more sleet? The freezing rain is the one that obviously sticks to the trees and the power lines. So if that total of 1/2 to 1 inch is more of the sleet versus the freezing rain, maybe we won't have as much as far as power issues, but I think that's the one that they can't really narrow down. As far as the snow, then the transition to snow Thursday evening, which she says could be as much as 4 to 6+. Then it gets very cold Friday night, Saturday morning. Sub-zero wind chills. Bottom line, this is going to be dangerous for driving and looks pretty nasty for power outages. Everybody be safe. So that, again, that's... here's Southwest Ohio. For what it's worth, good luck out there. How'd you like to be one of the trash hauler guys in this nasty kind of stuff? I mean, even the garbage trucks at some point are going to end up having to call it a day and come back another day. Well, they mentioned it on USA Radio News there at the top of the hour, so I suppose I'm allowed to mention it, right? For fear of maybe getting strike number 2. It's not false information, all right, YouTube? This is the fact. The analysis of studies by Johns Hopkins University, right? The trusted source, indicating that all those lockdowns that were implemented back in the spring of 2020, when everything was just getting started. Remember, everybody, stay home, stay home. First of all, give us 14 days to flatten the curve. We remember all that. But the kids are staying home. Everybody goes to remote learning. We lived through it. Just how much did that reduce the fatalities or the mortality of COVID-19? How about 0.2%? That's right. In other words, they were useless. 0.2% in the United States and Europe. Johns Hopkins University economics professor, Lund University economics professor, and Jonas Herby, special advisor at Copenhagen's Center of Political Studies, analyzed various studies regarding how school shutdowns, business closings, mask mandates affected the death rate. While this analysis concludes lockdowns had little to no public health effects, they did, at the same time, impose enormous economic and social cost where they were adopted. In consequences, I'm quoting here, lockdown policies are ill-founded and should be rejected as a pandemic policy instrument. They don't work. We find little to no evidence that mandated lockdowns in Europe and the United States had a noticeable effect on COVID-19 mortality rates. We also concluded that shelter-in-place orders may have increased COVID mortality by isolating an infected person at home with his or her family, where his or her risks of infecting family members with a higher viral load causing more severe illness. They went on to emphasize the unintended consequences of the lockdowns. From May of 2020 to April of 2021, the United States recorded 100,306 drug overdose deaths, a nearly 30% increase from the previous year. That's from the Centers for Disease Control. The unemployment rate peaking at 14.8% in April of 2020. Everybody was laid off. These costs to society must be compared to the benefits of lockdowns, which our meta-analysis has shown marginal at best. Such a standard benefit cost calculation leads to a strong conclusion. Lockdowns should be rejected out of hand as a pandemic policy instrument. There you go. Johns Hopkins University. How many of us were saying at the time? And again, this was at that time the kind of thing that would get you blacklisted, removed from the likes of Facebook, a strike from other social media outlets, possibly a Twitter ban. How dare you say that the methods being implemented by the Centers for Disease Control and the World Health Organization would have absolutely no benefits, but rather actually negative consequences, which, according to the official research, that's exactly what they did. Isn't that pretty much what Joe Rogan has been saying as of late? Things that he's been criticized for and blacklisted for as being misinformation. 6 months later, 8 months later, 12 months later, turns out to be actual scientific fact. Yes, it is. We'll move on. Hey there, Mike, what's going on?
Morning, Your Honor. I was just thinking we should start out that way. Say, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
It doesn't happen every year, but it's Groundhog's Day. Groundhog's Day.
I was going to say, stick your hand in a rodent hole and see if you get bit day.
Exactly. Yep.
I mean, what do you expect when you stick your hand down in a rodent hole and you bristle around down there and smack a rodent in the face a few times to wake him up? What do you think he's going to do? He's going to bite you. I'm not going to wait for you to give him a snack. I tell you. So anyways, happy hump day. So we got to figure out what day you got your thing scheduled for. Maybe that'll bring an all new meeting to hump day. No, maybe not. But anyway, so you talk about people. Now this whole deal with Karen, Whoopi. Have you ever noticed that the cancel people and the fact checking people all seem to be on the left side? Where are the conservative fact checkers? How come we don't have any right side conservative fact checkers? Where are all they?
Well, essentially they've been canceled. Well, no, they've been canceled.
Oh, okay.
I mean, anyone that actually tries
where they were.
Anyone that tries to actually tell the truth or support the truth, in many cases, well, you're supporting a misinformation narrative, so you're canceled too.
Okay, all right. I was just trying to figure it out. And did you see there at the NFC game there, the Rams and the 49ers? Now that game was played in if I'm correct, that game was played in California, correct?
Yeah, right.
And they have this mask mandate that when you're anywhere in public in California, I think even if you're anywhere private in California, you have to be wearing a mask no matter, pretty much no matter what you're doing. Did you happen to see that Gray was his name there? Newsom, is it the governor?
Yeah, Gavin
the mayor
Newsom.
of Los Angeles. Gavin Newsom and the mayor there, of Los Angeles, they attended that football game.
Yes,
they were in that stadium and they weren't wearing masks.
Well, help me out here. Are the mask mandates in California? Aren't they just indoor mandates? I don't see, because the football game was an open air stadium.
Now wait a minute. You don't think that they were in one of them special suites with glass in the front?
Well, yeah, the photograph that I saw was actually outdoors, but I'm sure, yes, I don't think they masked up when they went into their private booth.
Yeah, so there you go. Anyway, I don't know. I wasn't there, so I probably shouldn't say it.
And of course,
I did see a picture of them all together.
And I'm sure they were eating and drinking in their booths. So you of course, you have to take your mask off to do those things. Remember.
Well, now wait a minute. But in Virginia, the kids that don't wear masks can't eat lunch with the kids that do eat masks. So how does that
eat lunch? Yeah, right. Yeah, good question there. Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what, this world's gone past insane, and I wish I could be half as good a person as Rambler is. Rambler there, I tell you what, he sounds like a pretty good character, and I wish I could be as half a good a person as he is there for that. Anyways, I don't know what else we got going on. Anything special? Last weather forecast I saw there said we're supposed to have rain whenever it starts on Thursday, and rain for Thursday night, and then into Friday morning, and then at some point Friday morning, undetermined whether it be dark or daylight, cold's supposed to come to change everything to the freezing point, and unknown what type of freezing conditions we'll have, and sometime later in the day, Friday, it'll convert over to snow, and by Saturday, everything will be bright and sunny. And probably, if we're lucky, we'll be into double digits in temperature. But for the most part, I think they're thinking it's going to be closer to the single digits for Saturday, even though it's bright and sunny.
Yep, sunny and very, very cold.
Yep. So anyways, that's about what we got going for you there. And I don't know, other than that, I guess just have a happy hump day there the rest of the day. And if things work out and things look slow or something, maybe I'll check back in if we come up with something else for you.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you much, Horse Feathers. And if we don't talk to you later, we'll chat next week, right? Yeah, have a great weekend. It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, of course, we've been talking about the Freedom Convoy in Canada, right? And then discussions last evening, several days, talking about will similar actions transpire here in the United States? Will American truckers kind of join with the Canadian truckers? Maybe a roll into Washington, D.C. They're at the tail end of the program. Someone suggested, Hannity apparently had a guest on the other night that was talking about organizing just such an event for March the 1st. And after the program, I got someone shared a link with me, which reads, starting March 1, the March to Freedom Convoy to D.C. 2022. All right. My immediate thought was, okay, first of all, who's in charge? What do they want? You must have a clear, concise message. By the way, the definition of a message is a communication or a statement conveyed from one person or one group to another. It can't be this convoluted mess of, well, we want this, we want that. You interview someone else, well, yeah, we want this, we want that. I mean, so no one knows what you actually want and who's in charge. Because this has been attempted before, right? One of the first responses to that, Mark says, yes, they've tried this before, and 7 different groups tried to take over. It was a disaster. Ray said, I was wondering, who's going to be the spokesperson? What's going to be the message? There's so much we could be asking because we've been screwed over so much. But of course, in the case of Canada, this is primarily about the cross-border mandate for vaccination for truckers, to which I know several other groups have tried to interject. They want different things. But the original organizers, that had been their message. Now, Dorothy said the individual trying to get this started was on Fox News with Hannity and the Canadians. Of course, right now, Trudeau is still in hiding somewhere. We're just waiting for more details on the Washington, D.C. convoy. What's it going to be? Charles says, do you really think American truck drivers are going to do this? I mean, you can't get a truck driver to agree that the sky's blue. Putting something like this together, I respect whoever it is, but I don't see it's going to work. There's a lot of drivers that say the same thing. Mark says, everybody likes to be in charge and nobody wants to do the work. It takes a ton of preparation for something of this nature to have success. I wish all of you great success in your endeavors. I'm an owner-operator with my own authority. I parked over 2 months ago, and I've been working with friends to have a tent revival at the Iredell County Fairgrounds coming up April of this year. Return 2022 will be held for revival. All right. Please pray for the Holy Spirit to fill all the Iredell County in North Carolina. We pray for God's guidance in all that you do. Bobby says, I'd be glad to join if there is a clear message of freedom, peaceful, lawful protest. I don't want my life destroyed by some unlawful idiots taking over. See, that's the kicker right there. Went on down a few more, and I saw theirs from our old friend T. Trucker, who retired a number of years ago, who said, Steve, we've batted this around so many times over the last 50 years on your show, Dave Nemo's, the Bill Mack Show, your dad's show. I was in the trucker strike back in the 1970s. We did not have a clear leader then, nor a clear message. All we had really was solidarity. Now, your dad often said nobody wants to go to Leavenworth for the rest of their life, and violating the RICO Act will get you that. Technically, I don't understand why Biden, Harris, Pelosi, and a bunch of other Democrats aren't already there in Leavenworth, okay? Hey, it's good to hear from T. Trucker there, though. Then Jay sent a leak from, is it the New York Times? Somewhere about a convoy for freedom passing through the Netherlands. Yeah, protesting the COVID restrictions there as well. All right. See what comes of it, but yeah, you've got to have a clear, concise, and anyway, for those that are going to try to join in and participate, you've got to stay on the same page. If they could indeed come up with something anywhere close to what has been transpiring in Ottawa, Canada, it may actually accomplish something. Somewhere in the mix here, I've got the story. I don't know if I printed that up or not. Yeah, there was the suggestion of possibly taxing. Here it is. 3 weeks after threatening to tax unvaccinated Quebecers, the premier there has abandoned the idea this past day, worried about how much it's dividing the province. When we see what's happening in our society and on social media, I have a certain worry about seeing Quebecers divided, he told reporters this past day. Now, back on January 11th, he said the government's going to break new ground by making the unvaccinated, about 10% of Quebecers, pay a significant financial penalty because they're overrepresented in the healthcare system. That was the first proposed tax of its kind in the country. Now, yesterday, the premier said the finance minister had prepared a bill to tax Quebecers who refuse to get the vaccine without a legitimate medical reason. We've decided the legislation will not be tabled. Striking a bit of a more conciliatory tone, he said his role is to ensure a climate of social peace and social cohesion in the province. But these kind of things are not doing that. Hello, Justin Trudeau. Yeah, what you're mandating is not actually bringing any cohesion in your country. Same for you, Joe Biden, right? So many are saying, thank you to the truck drivers. Thank you, truck drivers. I think that's the message that, many believe that seeing the sheer number of peoples that have come out, the number that joined a 45-mile-long convoy, and that's the one that ended up in Ottawa. There were numerous other smaller convoys in various locales. So, all right, we'll get our news break in here as we hit the bottom of the hour. Heat wave got you coming up just ahead as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Our number 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden is seeking Supreme Court nominee advice amid criticism to nominate the first black woman to the country's highest court. Senator Ted Cruz and Senator Roger Wicker spoke to ABC News.
The fact that he's willing to make a promise at the outset that it must be a black woman, I got to say that's offensive. It's actually an insult to black women.
The irony is that the Supreme Court is at the very same time hearing cases about this sort of affirmative racial discrimination.
A recent ABC News poll shows 76% of Americans want Biden to consider all candidates. Pfizer is asking U.S. regulators to authorize extra low doses of its COVID-19 vaccine for children under 5. The move could open the way for the very youngest Americans to start receiving shots in March. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you taking Viagra and tired of paying $50 per tablet? Marley Drug has generic Viagra for just $10 per tablet. $10 for generic Viagra is a savings of $40 per dose. Call now and get free shipping on 10 tablets or more of generic Viagra. Marley Drug is a North Carolina pharmacy licensed in all 50 states. For information, go to marleygenerics.com or call us at 800-515-3062. That's 800-515-3062.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn.
But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hey there, well said, Russ. Yeah, Russ says, I realize how get off my lawn I'm about to sound, but when the Bengals went to their previous 2 Super Bowls all those years ago, at least the average fan could afford to justify the ticket price. Yeah, this year, not so much. And I know it's been like this for a while, but when the cheapest seat in the place is nearly $6,000, what the hell? I mean, I'm all for capitalism. And if you can get people to pay it, which they are, then I guess so be it. But doesn't it just kind of seem wrong that the average fan, the person who goes out and buys those tickets to their team's games, week in and week out, they buy the swag, they're for the most part priced out of actually witnessing their team play in the big game. And then you add in your airfare, your hotel, your ground transportation. I mean, you're talking about laying out enough money for a year's college tuition for your kids. It shouldn't be like that. Yeah, I know what he's saying, because I looked at those numbers. I said, actually, the nosebleed section, top, close to $6,000 for a ticket. Yeah, how is that possible? It's insane. You'd think they'd at least have, with as many thousands of people that can come in there, some reasonably priced tickets for the everyday American people, the hard work and blue collar workers out there. Some of them could attend the game. It's pretty much the entire audience almost has to be all about the elites in society, unless you want to actually be a hard-working individual that's been putting money into your 401k or savings and draw out $20,000 or something of that nature, maybe more, just for you and a friend or the spouse to go with you. Nuts. But I digress. Hey, under the industry headlines, the man considered to be the father of the modern truck stop has passed away. James, a.k.a. Jack Cardwell, passed away January 23rd. He was 89. Cardwell's Petro Truck Stop, the first self-service truck stop in the United States, opened in 1975, El Paso, Texas. By 2007, when Cardwell sold the majority of his company to Travel Centers of America, he had built the company to 69 truck stops spanning 33 states. Petro kind of revolutionized the truck stop by adding amenities such as showers for truckers, more dining options, a general store designed to meet the need of truckers. Following the sale of Petro in 2007, Cardwell reflected on his company's success. He said, "We understand drivers and understand what they need. We treated them with respect and dignity and let them know we appreciated their business and they'd want to come back and see us. That was basically our strategy." Born in 1932, Poplar Bluff, Missouri, moved to El Paso while serving in the U.S. Army. Yeah, from then on, Cardwell was a constant in the El Paso business community, receiving the El Paso Community Spirit Award in 2007 for his philanthropic work in the area. So there you go. Travel Centers of America CEO John Perchik said that we will continue to run the locations with the same focus that Cardwell did for so many years. All right, Heat Wave on the line this morning. What do you say, Heat Wave?
Good morning, senor. I thought you were going to be on the road to Georgia this morning. What the hey? Was it the weather delay or was it planned all this time?
No, we were planning to be here through this morning. We're going to head out about shortly after the show. We're going to try to get the hell out of Dodge, you know?
I hear you. All right. Well, safe travels down yonder and back for sure. Hey, Pappy, I'm so sorry to hear. Chevy guy called me up here about an hour and a half ago and told me what had happened. Brother, my prayers for you and your daughter. And if you need to call somebody, I know I'm just a complete stranger, but you got my number. So go ahead and give me a holler. We can shout out to each other for a while.
Sure.
We think we're having issues right now economically, and we are. But, I mean, something like this really hits home just how good we really have because people's lives are so fragile, and we take it for granted that everything's going to be all right. And we bitch about the small things when we ought to be looking at what counts to us, and that's the lives of our friends and family members. So, Pappy, prayers again for you and your daughter. Oh, goodness. Well, let's see here. I'm traveling up 395 towards Susanville, California, and I see they've thrown that stuff on the highway there, that brine or whatever they call that. I didn't think they were expecting any weather down this way going up to Portland. I guess what I get from missing out on the good weather reports. So, Biden going up and saying, I'm going to nominate a black woman.
Yes.
I think he would have been better served to just say he's looking at all potential nominees and then have said, these are my nominees that I want to choose from, and then say, this one here is educated from so-and-so, this one here is educated from so-and-so, and this one here is educated from so-and-so. Not saying, well, they're white, they're Hispanic, they're black, they're Chinese. Whoops, did I say that out loud? And it has to be a female. Good night. I mean, what is that telling you? Like Ted Cruz says, that ought to be an insult to black women.
Yeah.
Because, it's almost like, well, you didn't qualify under these, but I'm going to look for one now. It's Black History Month. What the heck? And that man is a walking, talking cluster, you know what. And there was some kind of hip hop artist. I shared one of Dan Bongino's 3-minute videos, and this guy is no conservative by any means, but apparently he's got a huge following on his podcast. And this black guy was screaming, where's all these promises Joe said he was going to give us? Even the black community, those that voted for him for the fear of not being black enough, now they're starting to see that all Papa Joe was is just a bunch of hot air and a bag full of crap. He hasn't delivered anything to anyone. And it's starting to hit people out there, but they were so used to that free money and gimme, that when the cash cow dried out, now they're starting to scream, hey, what about me? What about these other promises? So America's starting to wake up. Unfortunately, we got another 3 years of this idiot in office. But hopefully a lot of that stuff can change here come November. The bridge that went down in Pittsburgh, do you think that might have been planned? Or was it just an actual happenstance?
I mean, the irony of Joe Biden coming in to talk about the infrastructure, that crossed my mind. But I saw some photographs. That bridge, there was, the rust that had eaten through some of those steel supports and whatnot was horrible. And the photographs were actually from several years ago. So it's almost akin to going back to the other. Remember the bridge that had the big crack in it that was there for several years, and the inspectors had missed it and whatnot. Yeah, this bridge was in very much ill repair. But yep.
Well, maybe the Democrats should have thought about putting a little bit more in that $1 trillion infrastructure bill than they did just with the $10 billion for bridge and repair. If you're going to have a bill that says, hey, this is going to be for this particular purpose, fixing up the roads, fixing up harbors, airports, whatever, then that is what the majority of that money needs to go to, if not all that money. If they would have passed it for the roads, good night. You remember, we would have brand new roads all over this place, including paving over the gravel and dirt roads. My goodness, to have that kind of money, passed for, whatever kind of other crap was in that bill, the pork, is just mind-boggling. And then he wants to try to get another bill for more money for a little bit for infrastructure, but a lot more for green.
Yep.
That just ain't right. As far as the football game goes, that's a big middle finger to all the common fans that supported y'all's team, or whoever your team is that you supported from preseason to now. And it seems like only the stars come out when it's a championship game for the conference and then the Super Bowl. It's basically a top end only bunch party. Because you don't see nor hear about a whole lot of the stars, entertainers, whoever, coming out and having a good old time at a regular season football game. It's always at the end, where all the glitz and glamour is, and it's almost like a photo op and a publicity shoot for these people. Good Lord, I can't afford a regular season football game, Steve, and they're what, $400, $500 a seat, if that. Lord knows how much the hamburgers and hot dogs would cost you, and beer. Goodness gracious! And that's just at a regular season football game. I would rather, if I were to watch a game, sit down at the house, have my own little party, which may cost me $100 for the fixings and the food and the drinks, paper plates. Hell, that's easy to throw away. You don't have to wash them. But pretty soon, common sense has got to take over. I know it's not very common to have common sense around this country, but pretty soon they're going to price themselves out of a really nice game, and the only people that are going to be there are the team owners, the families of the team owners, and the players themselves. And goodness, that's just too damn much money. I knew back when Tony Dorsett of the Cowboys made that historic contract for $1 million a year playing for the Cowboys way back when, and it's like, well, when's it going to end? I'm just as capitalist as the next person, and like the last caller said, hey, if you can get them to pay that much money, go right ahead.
Yeah.
But
well, I mean, I'm looking at the numbers. Apparently, they discussed this like on the evening news in Cincinnati this past, and they put up the graphic on Channel 12, the local affiliate. I'm looking here, and they went back in time. You know, now the Bengals went to the Super Bowl in 1982 and 1989. I guess losing both times to the 49ers. Average ticket price for the Super Bowl in 1982, average price $40. By 1989, the average ticket price for the Super Bowl was $100. Today, Super Bowl 56 in 2022. Tickets on sale now. The lowest price, cheapest price, $6,000. Highest price ticket, $65,000. Wow. That's what we've come to. All right, it is 9 before the hour. Heat wave, you just mentioned a bit of buyer's remorse. That's the term, buyer's remorse for those Biden voters. Give you the story here of a woman who's was killed by an illegal immigrant. Adrienne Sophia Exum, a 19-year-old from Texas, killed by an illegal immigrant who was driving drunk. Now, her mother, Rhonda Exum, was told the man was going to be deported. But under President Biden's immigration policies, he's staying in the country. And Rhonda is looking for answers. She said, I was never informed when the deportation decision was rescinded. I mean, dude killed her daughter. I really want to know why. She says on Tuesday, by him not being deported, it's like, you're telling me my daughter's life didn't mean anything? Adrian's cousin said she was shocked to find out the man would not be deported. It appears they don't care. Exum, who voted for Biden in 2020's presidential election, said, I'm very disappointed. I thought he was going to talk for the American people, basically, and not for himself. Well, I don't feel that he's done anything but disappoint. Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas issued the following statement regarding the updated enforcement policies, which says, quote, for the first time, our guidelines will, in the pursuit of public safety, require an assessment of the individual and take into account the totality of the facts and circumstances. Texas Attorney General responded by saying, it doesn't matter to the administration that an illegal immigrant killed Adrienne Exum. I believe Biden has betrayed our country. He is betraying families that are losing people right and left. I think the answer to the why is that they have greater goals that are more important than saving members of families. Rhonda Exum continues to ask why her daughter's killer is being allowed to remain in the country. She said, my message is look out for the American people first. Yes, they've lost that message. At least this administration has. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, headed toward news update just around the corner here. Let's get to Big Sexy. Waiting for the big one, the big ice storm. What's going on, Big Sexy?
We done got a little bit of rain here. It's been raining for a while. Did you see that map I sent you?
Yeah, I guess you've got a little bit of it. Was it an update, I guess, to your forecast for accumulations and all?
Yeah, that was the 10:30 update last night from about Jonesboro south, including the area I live in, will be freezing rain. But they're calling behind this front. Another problem you got to consider, you get up to half inch, 3/4 inches of, freezing rain on power lines and stuff, and then behind the front, wind gusts up 30 mile an hour.
Exactly. Yep.
And you got all that weight and that wind. It ain't going to take much to bring them down. So they're saying be prepared to be without power for a couple of days. I'm not looking forward to it. Paper's going to start an hour early on printing tomorrow. But the driver said he's going to drive so slow it ain't going to make a difference.
Okay. So he's going to... At this point, they're actually planning on trying to get the papers out, huh?
Oh, they're going to try, yeah. If they can get them over here, they expect us to do it, but the point, it's going to come down to a point where we have to make the call. We're not going to risk it, They're not over here. They're over in Paducah. They don't have a clue what's going on over here. So, but that's how it goes, and everything. Somebody far off calls the shots, and so you'll see what happens. I wanted to tell Pappy I'm sorry to hear about all that, and I'll keep him and his daughter in my prayers. Hope everything turns out good for her. That's a rough deal there.
Yep, no doubt.
Be woke up like that. But you have a safe trip on your trip down, and you got any more of a hint on what that big announcement coming up is, or that tease that you threw out there?
I did give you the tease. I broke the info a couple hours ago. It's TNC Radio, which is Truckers News Channel Radio, and we'll be joining them starting Sunday night, Monday morning. So it's tncradio.live. It's another venue. Yeah, you can listen. That they've got their own app, but they've actually got like 24 hours a day of various truck programming on their site, tncradio.live.
I must have missed that. Every little thing, get it out there helps.
Yep.
You know, every little thing. But you and the princess have a safe trip, and we'll see you back here Sunday night, Monday morning.
If all goes as planned, yes, knock on wood. There you go. All right. Hey there, Wheelchair Dave. I got your email a few minutes ago. What do you say here? Steve, want to wish you and your family safe travels. Congratulations to the Bengals. And can you give us a race report for the upcoming race this weekend? It's called the Race of Champions, being held in Sweden. Honestly, I'm not real familiar with the Race of Champions, but I did have the story here where you've got the big race coming up this weekend at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. The Clash, the exhibition race taking place, NASCAR's Clash. We'll give you the full report. Dave, hang in there. First of all, a news update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The IRS will incorporate third-party facial recognition software this summer.
Bipartisan critics are decrying foul to the IRS new plan to use facial recognition software to confirm Americans' identities. While it's not a requirement yet, by the summer, those visiting the IRS website to access personal records such as tax transcripts, child tax credits, and more may first need to send a recording of their face to a private contractor to verify their identity. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A major winter storm is expected to affect a huge portion of the U.S. Heavy snow is forecast to start in the Rockies, while freezing rain will pelt Texas. The storm will then move on to dump snow and ice on the Midwest. More than a foot of snow is forecast in places. Airlines grounded more than 1,000 flights scheduled for Wednesday. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
Pfizer is asking U.S. regulators to authorize extra low doses of its COVID-19 vaccine for children under the age of 5. The move could open the way for the very youngest Americans to start receiving shots in March. If the FDA agrees, Pfizer shots containing just 1/10 of the dose given to adults could be dispensed to kids as young as 6 months. Fired Miami Dolphins coach Brian Flores has sued the NFL and 3 of its teams, alleging racist hiring practices by the league. Lawyers sought class action status for the legal filing. Flores was fired last month by Miami after leading the Dolphins to a 24-25 record over 3 years. They went 9-8 in their second straight winning season, but failed to make the playoffs during his tenure. And in related news, Tom Brady announced his retirement from the NFL on Tuesday. The 44-year-old quarterback boasts 7 Super Bowl titles. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Some U.S. senators are not happy with border agents and their new responsibilities.
Border Patrol agents are voicing their frustrations with Homeland Security officials as the Biden administration works to address the root causes of illegal immigration. This as over 178,000 illegal immigrants were encountered at the border in December 2021. Oklahoma Republican Senator James Lankford was at the border recently. He joins Fox News to weigh in, saying the Border Patrol is being forced to take on different responsibilities than they're used to.
Anyone in law enforcement, they get into law enforcement to be able to enforce the laws of the country, to be able to serve their neighbors and their families and other families. These individuals want to be able to serve their nation, but they're being treated by this administration as their hotel check-in staff rather than law enforcement. They're not able to actually enforce the law. They're just checking people through to be able to come in the country. That's not what they signed up for.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A suspected gunman is now in custody after 2 campus officers were fatally shot at a private liberal arts college in Virginia on Tuesday. In an email to students, faculty, and staff, Bridgewater College President David Bushman identified the victims as police officer John Painter and safety officer J.J. Jefferson. The gunman allegedly shot the officers around 1:20 Tuesday afternoon and ran away. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, here we go. Well, let me see. First off this hour, as SpaceX was able to successfully finally launch on Tuesday, their 5th attempt from Cape Canaveral. Another launch slated for today, as a matter of fact. This time on the West Coast, a classified payload for the National Reconnaissance Office is closed up in the nose cone of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket to lift off later today, debuting a brand new booster that will land back near the launch site for reuse on another national security mission later this year. Liftoff of the 229-foot tall, set for, 3:18 Eastern Time this afternoon, 12:18 California time. Space Launch Complex 4 East at Vandenberg Space Force Base. Now, this is for the U.S. government's spy satellite agency, looking to place the payload at a north-south polar orbit, about 318 miles above the Earth. But very little is publicly known about what's aboard the Falcon 9. Colonel Chad Davis says, I cannot provide, unfortunately, really any details whatsoever publicly, which is really frustrating to me in one regard, because then I'm not able to accurately communicate the kind of capability that this is going to deliver once in orbit. But generally, he said, the NRO puts capabilities on orbit to save lives. It's our U.S. and allied forces in the field that are using these capabilities on a daily basis. So support the fight on the ground, as it were, bring them home safe, and deliver our national policymakers the most detailed information possible so they can make smart decisions. Let's just say it's that kind of capability that this mission's going to be all about. So generally, the NRO manages the intelligence gathering satellites, capturing super sharp optical and radar imagery around the world. They also have spacecraft tracking foreign naval deployments, eavesdropping on communications by adversaries, relaying surveillance images between spy satellites and intelligence analysts here on the ground. So if all goes as planned, that'll be taken off there from the West Coast a little after the noon hour there, California time. All right, Wheelchair Dave, here you go. One of the world's historic sports venues will become a race fans venue this weekend when NASCAR begins its Clash exhibition race at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, a quarter-mile asphalt oval inside the storied Exposition Park, home to the Super Bowls, the USC Trojans, 2 Summer Olympics and famous speeches, will be the stage for this preseason non-points race. Now, this event has been held at the motor racing shrine, Daytona International Speedway, since it started in 1979. Here's what we know about the Clash and the shift to the West Coast and what the bull ring of a racetrack will look like. First of all, they break down how the track was actually built. The Clash will be on a quarter-mile asphalt oval track built around the Coliseum's football field. Construction began on New Year's Day. The infield grass was removed before the track was paved. Walls and safety fencing have been placed around the track. Of course, this is going to be the shortest track layout for the Cup Series in the modern era. Typically, you talk like Bristol at just over a half mile, and Martinsville at, again, just over a half mile, the shortest layouts on the schedule. The series raced on a quarter-mile Bowman Gray Stadium in Winston-Salem, North Carolina from 1958 to 1971. And the almost comically tiny 0.2-mile Islip, New York Speedway, 1964 to 68. And you talk about a little bitty. But again, the Clash is an exhibition race. It does not impact driver point standings. The field for the Clash at the Coliseum is open for 40 racers, each driver vying for one of the 23 spots in Sunday's main race. As of Monday, 36 drivers from 16 teams are scheduled to compete. But they started talks with the Coliseum about 2 years ago. The Clash will be the first time the series competes at the Coliseum, which has been the site of supercross and speedway motorcycle and off-road truck racing, along with rallycross events, things like the X Games. But this is going to mark the first time NASCAR's next-gen car will actually race in competition. The Clash is scheduled for February 6th. Practice and qualifying heats are scheduled for Saturday before the main event Sunday at 3 p.m. California time. So that doesn't, that's what, 6 o'clock Sunday evening, East Coast time. So I guess you've got some Sunday evening primetime entertainment coming your way there. Wheelchair Dave, hope you enjoy that. Good morning to the blind man.
Hey, Steve. I was listening to. Oh, I'm getting an echo.
Let me see. 1 2 1 2. Is that better?
Let me try. Yeah, that's a lot better. Right. I was listening to Rob Carson yesterday, and he was reading. Apparently, the left are trying to infiltrate the truckers up there and causing trouble. And he used a term, I think it's called slapping, where, for example, I don't like this one guy, for example, and I call the police and I say, so-and-so is acting kind of strange and I think he's got a gun. So the cops come to the person's house and give him a lot of hassle when he really didn't do anything. And that's what I think is happening to the truckers up in Canada now. They're being infiltrated. I know they escorted some guy off who had a Confederate flag, and I'm just worried because I want the Canadian truckers to succeed. And I've been asked, when are your trucker friends going to come to D.C.? And so that's my question out there. Is there going to be something similar where the truckers go around the Beltway?
Well, that's what we were talking. They're trying to get something organized for March the 1st, I believe, is the date they're talking about.
Yeah, I think I've heard that too.
Yep.
Wasn't there going to be something during the Super Bowl as well?
If there that I have not heard. Haven't heard anything more than the March 1st. That's the only thing I've seen.
Well, Amy and I will have a sign ready to welcome you guys. And anyway, that's all the baloney I got tonight. So I will yak at you some other time.
Thank you for checking in, Blind Man. Have a good rest of your week, a good weekend. All right, I kind of anticipated eventually we would see, rather than winter storm warnings, the proverbial ice storm warnings. And looks like National Weather Service has kind of upgraded. We're now looking at ice storm warnings. The current update shows from much of western Kentucky all the way up into, it's a whole bunch of Kentucky, about the western half of the state for all practical purposes, and on over into southern portions of Indiana, with the exception not into southeastern portions of the state close to the Ohio-Kentucky tri-state region. Let me click in here and zoom in. This is for the heart of Kentucky, starting as far south as almost Bowling Green to Campbellsville, then northward all the way from, say, Madison to Jasper, Kentucky. So in the middle of that, you've got Louisville, Lexington, Elizabethton, Owensboro, Kentucky. Here's what they're saying. Let me see here. Ice storm warning in effect from 7 a.m. this morning until 6 a.m. Friday, or that's 7 a.m. to 7 a.m., because they're actually Central Time, 6 a.m. Central. Significant icing, accumulations of 1/4 to 1/2 inch. In addition, up to maybe 1 inch of sleet and snow are possible. So this is much of central Kentucky. Power outages, tree damage will be possible due to the ice. Travel will be extremely hazardous and impossible at times. So they kick things in here just in a few hours, as a matter of fact. Weather Service office there in, Louisville, Kentucky. This is for all of south central Indiana. Ice storm warnings, significant icing, ice accumulations of 1/4 to 1/2 inch. In addition, 1 to 2 inches of sleet and snow are also expected there. So this is kicking in, looks like 1 a.m. Eastern Time, the midnight hour Thursday to 7 a.m. Friday. So Thursday night into Friday. Let me go back to that previous. Was that kicking in at 7 o'clock this morning or... All right, this is Wednesday morning. So, okay, this doesn't kick in until 7 a.m. Thursday morning. I said this morning, Thursday morning to Friday morning. So it's rain today, then that changeover is going to take place, and it kind of sounds like during the early morning hours Thursday there in central Kentucky. Yeah, one more stop here, the Weather Service office in Paducah, Kentucky, where there's also ice storm warning in effect from 6 p.m. this evening to 6 a.m. Friday. Total snow accumulations up to 2 inches, ice accumulations of 0.3 to 0.75 of an inch. Wow. That would be significant. Winds gusting as high as 35 miles per hour. This is portions of southwestern Indiana, the southeast corner of Missouri, western Kentucky, and even a few counties there in southern Illinois. Expect power outages and tree damage due to the ice. Travel could be impossible, and this could impact both the morning and the evening commute. Some of the affected counties have moved from a winter storm warning to an ice storm warning, as the predominant concern is going to be the freezing rain. The time of the greatest ice accumulation across the warning area is expected to be between the midnight hour and the noon hour Thursday. The majority of this area is likely to see at least 1/2 inch of ice accumulation. So there you go. And they've been telling us, and I anticipate we'll probably see some additional areas expanding those ice storm warnings, maybe back into parts of northern Arkansas, on up into maybe parts of southern Ohio and on up into Pennsylvania, New York, as we progress through the day today. About 21 past the hour, and we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I've been watching the radar through the night. I said, I was keeping my fingers crossed that the rains would just maybe give us an opportunity to slide through. But yeah, about the time we get out of here a little after 5 o'clock, boy, it's going to be... I imagine I'll be hitting the rain before we even get to Lexington. Currently, the rains will be moving into the Louisville area here probably in the next hour or less. It is raining from Ratcliffe to Danville, Kentucky. Further to the south, already the rain's already moved into Somerset, so that'll be pushing across I-75 here in short order as well. On down into Tennessee. Let's see. It'll be several hours before we get there. Right now, the heaviest of the rains is back into central portions of the state. From Nashville down along I-24. Heavier rains back toward Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, to Clifton, to Henderson, to Jackson. They've also issued pretty widespread flash flood watches stretching from southeastern Kentucky, all of eastern Tennessee, from, say, just west of Nashville all the way over to the North Carolina line, northwest Georgia, north central Georgia, about the northern two-thirds of Alabama, all talking about heavy flooding rains coming that way. Knucklebuster, what's happening this morning?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. I'm showing them what a fair weather truck driver looks like. They asked me, was I going to try to run? I said, nah, Oklahoma and Texas under ice storm morning. I'm just going to stay at the house. He said, well, how about a Fort Myers, Florida? I said, that sounds like warm country to me. So that's where I'm headed to this morning there. I left Tennessee well prepared. Generator set up. All I got to do is turn the key on and got 55 gallons of gas. So that going if the electricity goes out. And they've changed our forecast to ice storm warnings now. They're looking at a couple tenths of inches of ice, so 2 tenths to 4 tenths. So I mean, it just all depends on the track of that storm, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it's going to be ugly. I mean, it sounds like parts of Kentucky are going to get hammered.
Yeah, well, I hope it stays closer to you guys than it does to me. I hope it don't go south of me. So, anyway, I'll congratulate Mr. Joe Burrow again on that great win. They've got the Rams about under 4.5, but I'm gonna go with the Bengals because I've been looking at those numbers again there when they take a bye week and things like that. It just looks better for Cincinnati's favor there. So anyway, I'm gonna pick him. I want to congratulate Mr. Tom Brady on a great. But I want to wish the man a great retirement there. So he's well deserved. You can bet that baby doll he's married to told him after Von Miller stuck that helmet up in his side of his helmet, said that was it for him. He's not playing no more. So, but he did at least wait till he got his money, right?
Yep.
So, yeah. So, well, this falls under the category of you can run, but you can't hide. Where 2 lightning strikes made the record book. One of them was over 500 miles long. I don't know how they determined that. So it was went across Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. And then the other one, lightning strike, usually you see it and then it's gone. But it lasted about 17 seconds. So that would be a pretty wild thing.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yep. And then another story I read, this guy tried to build his own car out of just ordering parts from Chevrolet's new website. So I haven't got to read it yet. I'm interested to see how far he got in building him his own bow tie. So it goes, all the parts catalog goes back several years. So I don't know what year he was trying to build it in there. So he might have been trying to build a 1968 Camaro. You never know.
Never know.
So, well, yep. Well, that's all my baloney for today. And the reason I say baloney is because it would be impolite to say bull sister Bob on the radio.
Okay.
All right. Y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products. Don't forget to put overnight drive code in the checkout box. Get that discount. Everybody loves saving money. Don't forget to buy some Steve Summers overnight drive products, baseball caps, t-shirts, travel mugs, and you'll need one of them travel mugs when you leave today, Steve. You and Mama Sommers both there, right?
Yes, sir. We will.
All right. Well, y'all have a safe trip. We'll see you on the other side of the radio, bro.
You got lucky with that Florida run. Enjoy that. That's heading in the right direction, south rather than north. And all right, we get a quick news break in here. We'll return right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The IRS will incorporate third-party facial recognition software this summer.
Bipartisan critics are decrying foul to the IRS new plan to use facial recognition software to confirm Americans' identities. While it's not a requirement yet, by the summer, those visiting the IRS website to access personal records such as tax transcripts, child tax credits, and more may first need to send a recording of their face to a private contractor to verify their identity. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A major winter storm is expected to affect a huge portion of the U.S. Heavy snow is forecast to start in the Rockies, while freezing rain will pelt Texas. The storm will then move on to dump snow and ice on the Midwest. More than a foot of snow is forecast in places. Airlines grounded more than 1,000 flights scheduled for Wednesday. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Here's some great news. If you missed the deadline, with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, we cannot survive without the bees and the pollination. There's a truck driver hauling an unusual load across the country this week as a way to keep the almond farming operations up and running in California. He's hauling bees. 18 million of them, as a matter of fact. Earlier this week, a driver pulled up to a bee farm in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, where he picked up 600 beehives, housing, again, approximately 18 million bees. Now, he and the bugs are making their way to California, where the bees will help pollinate the almond trees. The owner and founder of Creamed Honey Company in Palm Beach Gardens says, "It is a risky journey, so much so that she considers the trucker a part of the family if she's trusting him with 18 million bees. We've been working all week to prep the bees. Now, California is very strict and very tricky. To get your bees in, they require you to send bees on very clean pallets, no other foreign debris. Even if the bees make it safely to the state of California," he said, "getting them past the checkpoint, that's a whole another matter. Once they get to the ag station at the border, they'll inspect the semi-truck. If they find any ants at all, they'll refuse the load and send it back." Now, these aren't the only bees making their way to California. A total of 2 million beehives are expected to be trucked in this year as major almond growers in California's 1.6 million acre Central Valley are urging beekeepers across the country send their healthy hives to almond orchards to help with production. Gotta have those bees. All right, let me see here. Hey, Chevy guy, what's up?
Now, first off, I was just a smart aleck remark, but let me just throw this in right up front. All right, an ant. They don't want an ant get into California, right?
Yeah, right.
Wonder how many ants and other bugs it's on the, might be crawling around in the backpacks and stuff and on the tennis shoes coming up from Mexico.
You think?
Oh, my goodness. Oh, that song, "Oh, the birds and the bees and the flowers and the trees and scream up above. Called a thing called love." Yeah, I don't want to haul bees, man. If you get a wreck, you don't know what you're going to be into.
Yep.
I got a question. You're a good man. Now, you sort of took the wind out of my sails, though, because you said the storm was going to start at 7 a.m. And I just had to ask, is your mother-in-law that bad that you could take her out in the middle of a blizzard and an ice storm to get her out of the house?
Well, as it turns out, as it turns out, Mama left on Monday. Actually, Lisa's sister had come up to watch Luke wrestle up in Champaign, Illinois, over the weekend. So technically, what we're doing is, we're actually going down there to celebrate Christmas with her family. We've got all the Christmas presents loaded up in the vehicle.
That's right.
Yep.
Well, you'll have the snow anyway. Let's see. Georgia, what I've seen on the weather report, is going to be pretty rough going down that area too. At least ice rain.
Rain. Yeah.
For my area, they're talking about 70-degree daytime temperatures next 2 days. night times in the 50s. I guess Friday's going to be start scattered showers, and then after that we're going to have cold snap come in. So, hey, prayers for your safe travel. Yeah. So you're talking about you're going to be you and how many full-grown women are going in your vehicle?
Oh, it turns out now this is just going to be me and the princess heading down.
Okay, you're good. Is she up and ready to go?
I hope she's getting her ass ready.
Because you said you're going to leave out a little after 5.
That's right. That's right.
Monday, I get I get my wife up early. All right, and she's got to go to the doctor's appointment. And I swear she sat there every time. You better get ready. I kept giving her the countdown. And boy, I led a rough life, you know. Honey, it takes more than 5 minutes to drive to the doctor's office, you know. And before we got there, she had to call and let them know we were coming in late. Well, I had rousted her out of her recliner at least 3 hours before. So, you know, by the time they get it, you got one of them. And so by the time she gussies up, looks real pretty for you and everything gets in there, you planning on leaving at 5:30. I'd wager you'd be out of there by 7 o'clock.
No. I don't want to be in the morning rush. No.
Yeah, I can see the Sommers house is going to get loud here directly.
Indirectly.
Hey, come on, honey. Ain't nobody going to look at you anyway.
Get in the
Nobody
car.
cares what you look like. Where's Sweat? Get in the car.
All you're going to do is sleep for 5 hours anyway. Get in there and go to sleep. Shut up.
Oh, Lord. Women. God love them. Hey, God keep his hand on you in safe travels and enjoy your extended weekend and have a wonderful Christmas.
All right. Thank you very much. 10-4. Thank you, Chevy Guy. We'll talk to you then some point in time. Next week, right? Let's keep our fingers crossed. What's happening, Larry?
Good morning. I gotta wonder if Chevy Guy's wife is related to my wife because I deal with the same thing. When we're going to go somewhere and going to leave at 1 o'clock, by 12:45 she's still primping. I'm like, "You ready? Just don't rush me. You had an hour and a half. Don't rush me. I don't like to be rushed." Sorry about your luck, Chevy Guy. So, Steve, where exactly are you going?
It's northwest Georgia, northwest corner of Georgia, Walker County, down toward the foot of Lookout Mountain.
Okay, gotcha. Well, have a safe trip down there. And secondly, I guess I got on in the show after everything was said about Pappy's daughter. What's going on there, if I can ask?
Absolutely, yeah, because we talked about it in the first hour, and I haven't really broke it down since. Yeah, he got a call yesterday morning about 7 a.m. Actually, they came knocking on his door, and his daughter was involved in a pretty serious accident on, I guess that would have been Monday night sometime. I mean, I'm thinking just after the midnight hour or something. Someone sent an email, avoid US 50 near Kilby, bad accident. Well, his daughter was in one of those vehicles. She's in UC Medical Center. The big bone in the leg snapped in half, skull fracture, a brain bleed, and several other things going on. She's in pretty bad shape in the ICU. So,
well, yeah, that would be the femur, and that part of the town would have been probably Hooven area, but yeah. Wow, that's a hell of a thing to get woke up to.
Yeah, yep.
I'm sure she was airlifted.
They tried to call air care in, but they wouldn't come out. It was I guess they had freezing fog or something issues. They wouldn't fly.
Okay, they'll fly. Okay, I got you. I've had that before.
Yep.
Yeah, typically on a CVA, a stroke, you automatically think about flying them. But if the weather conditions prohibit it, it just, it's a no-fly period. You got to deal with it the other ways. So, wow. Well, I know the crew out there in the Hooven area, Whitewater Township, great people. I'm sure she got great care from them, what they could do, and hopefully God has his hands on the medical facility, the medical staff. I'm sure she's at UC.
Correct.
In that situation.
Correct.
So, man,
yep.
Tough deal. Well, you have a safe trip, and watch going down through the Jellicoe there. And did you ever go down through there, Steve, with a CB radio in the Jellicoe area?
No, sir. No, I've not traveled with a CB in my life.
Oh, my gosh. There was a truck stop. I don't remember the exit on 75, but it was in that vicinity. And when you go through there on Channel 19, they would always advertise what their special of the day was. And this gal with a sweet southern voice would talk about the special, whatever it was, meatloaf or shit on a shingle, whatever they had. And then she would always talk about dessert was nanner pudding. Oh, my gosh. Was that great nanner pudding. So, well, have a safe trip down there in the Georgia land, and we'll talk to you when you get back.
Thank you very much, and you enjoy your weekend. Sounds like you guys might get kind of ugly in Louisville. Ice storm warning, brother.
Yes, sir. I got a friend coming up from. She's actually a traveling nurse. She's currently working in Bowling Green, Kentucky. She's coming up here for the weekend to join us. I just hope the weather allows her to come up on Saturday. Who knows what it's going to be like? So have a safe trip, my friend, and God.
Thank you very much. There you go, Larry, down in the Louisville. Like I said, they're in the proverbial ice storm warning zone. And talked to Knucklebuster just a few minutes ago, and he's right. I'm looking. I kind of figured this was going to be the case. They're kind of expanding the ice storm warnings, which now extend down into the east central portions of Arkansas, right on up into northeast Arkansas, the westernmost reaches of Kentucky, or Tennessee, rather. I'm guessing he's down there in some of that Tennessee zone, from Dyersburg to Memphis. Yeah, even Memphis under an ice storm warning now. Hello, brain dead. Hope you and Dingbat are doing all right. Yeah, they're talking 2 to 4/10 of an inch, it looks like there. Yeah, you might get lucky, but nonetheless, ice storm warning. Let's see, this is on down into, says from Tiptonville to this is Dyersburg, Ripley, Tennessee, Germantown, Collierville. There's Memphis. Okay, so this is significant icing. Total snow accumulations up to maybe 1 inch. Ice accumulations 0.3 to 1/2 inch. And winds 35 miles per hour. So West Tennessee, yep. Boy, I can only imagine the various utility companies around the country are all just trying to stage as many of those crews, the line crews. How do you know where to put them all? Because this is going to encompass such a large portion of real estate. They're going to need crews all over through the region. All right, hats off to those guys who are going to be very, very busy for days and days to come. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now, you guys out there trying to move freight through the central and eastern portions of the country, hats off to you as well, because it's going to be a nightmare the next couple of days. I can only imagine if it's that difficult to find a place to park your truck on a normal day, all these vehicles that are going to be looking to find a place, roads are going to become impassable. Of course, then your parking lots. Even, just moving it, getting into the parking lot with the snow and the ice. They've upgraded. We're looking at winter storm warnings now literally stretching from Vermont, much of New York, into the northwest corner of PA. Most of Ohio has been upgraded to a winter storm warning, what had been winter storm watches. Indiana, the entire state of Indiana, most of Illinois, Missouri, this is one whopper of a storm coming in. All right, I'm not seeing a name on the line. Who we got here?
This is Vic. Vic, excuse me there.
Hello, Vic. How you been?
Pretty good. You were mentioning about that ice. When you have to get to a tight dock, I'll tell you, trucks don't do what they're supposed to do when you're trying to back into a dock door. They do a lot of sliding around, and they definitely don't go where they're pointed. And it's a disaster. A lot of these places don't do a good job of cleaning off their, I guess you call it the parking lot. But anyway, what I called about there was, I see his blind man was talking about going around the circle up there at, they call it the Beltway there at Washington, D.C. I don't know, maybe it's changed, but they have a disaster of an inspection station right at the top of that Beltway. And, you're mixed in with commuter traffic and everything else. So I would imagine that's one of the reasons most truckers aren't too anxious to try to go around that Beltway up there or organize it. And you're going through both Maryland and Virginia, and both of them have pretty strict requirements as far as trucks staying in certain lanes, not creating traffic hazards. So I wouldn't think that trying to organize a convoy around the Beltway would be a good idea. And then if somebody gets mixed up and winds up going downtown, then you're going to wind up with even more problems. So
right.
I just don't see where it would be a good idea. And in general, I don't know how long the right or these protesters are going to keep falling for this stuff, that they don't understand that they are going to have people that don't align with their cause. It's the same with Unite the Right or the deal up there that they've got the January 6th commission over. It's not a good idea for the right to try to do all this protesting and everything else. The left is very good at it, and the right it's just not their cup of tea. And I think there's other things that they can find, other ways that they can find to protest. And the thing with all this stuff going on, it's almost like I don't know what they're up to or anything, but it's almost like the left is trying to organize some sort of a gigantic crisis before the 2024 election. And, you know, I heard you mention Mr. T. And years ago, Mr. T said he was a big Obama supporter, as I remember, was a blueberry farmer. But he also was a pretty good investor. And he said that they would come out with a new currency that would basically wipe away all this debt. And when he said that, I thought, man, you're full of it. Well, he was a lot better than I, because he was right on target. Now the Federal Reserve is talking about introducing cryptocurrency.
Yes.
And trying to set, you know, so it's like, you know, where exactly we're going and all this stuff, whether it's this COVID thing or the Ukraine deal. And by the way, that Ukraine deal, Ukraine's kind of in a civil war right now anyway. The east part wants to join, they're called the separatists, they want to join Russia. The other side wants to join the European Union. And it appears to me that it's more about the money. The European Union is wanting Ukraine to go with them because Ukraine does have a lot of wealth. They have a lot of aircraft manufacturing plants. But they need the oil from Russia. Ukraine has some, but not that much. And one of the reasons Russia was developing the Nord Stream 2 pipeline and the Nord Stream 1 is because they don't trust the Ukrainian pipeline system. It's in pretty decrepit condition. So it's really not so much about them trying to starve out Ukraine, but it's the fact that Ukraine doesn't have that good a pipeline system.
Mm-hmm.
So Europe needs oil from somewhere, or liquefied natural gas, actually. And I've seen several different things. They're trying to get it from different places, and they're kind of dependent on Qatar or Qatar or however you want to pronounce it.
Right.
But they're pretty well maxed out on how much they can produce anyway. But all of this, to me, Steve, it looks like we're gearing to try to have some sort of inflation, but the left is trying to figure out how they're going to blame it on the right. I mean, and if we have some sort of inflation, then they're going to have to increase the interest rates, and that it was all this stuff in the middle of COVID and shutting, you know, transportation down in general, but the truckers particularly, over a stupid vaccine mandate. And crossing that Canadian border isn't easy anyway, and then they're going to throw that in there.
Yep.
It's almost like they're trying to gear for another economic collapse. I hate to say that, but that's just kind of what it looks like to me. And I watched a lot of the Canadian broadcasting news and a lot of other news. All the doctors are saying the same thing. They're being restricted as to what type of care that they can actually give to the COVID patients. There's one doctor that's his specialty, and he was saying they wouldn't even allow him to give anti-blood clotting medicine to the people that came in with COVID, even though blood clotting is one of the symptoms. And I don't know how much you followed that up. And then there was another one that he was talking about. I think they kicked him out of a couple of hospitals because he was actually using ivermectin and chloroquine, hydroxychloroquine. So I don't know where we're going with all this.
I saw there was one doctor they wanted to send in for like some sort of a psychological evaluation because he was prescribing, I think it was the ivermectin in that case. But hey, Vic, I got a roll here. I'm going to hit the highway and hopefully safe travels. Everyone out there, be safe. I know it's going to be a mess with this big winter storm. We'll come back and kind of recap everything because it should all be in the rear view mirror come Sunday night, Monday morning, when we will be joining for the very first time TNC.live, the Truckers News Channel.live, with our Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.